Okay, guys, here we go. How does Charmaine always end up on the top? I have no idea. Okay, so hold on. Before we get to that, we're gonna, of course, thank you guys for joining the live today. Of course, this is about Jack and Lily, who disappeared on May 2nd of 2025, and we are at 2 months and 18 days since Jack and Lily disappeared. It's a very sad case out of Nova Scotia. Me and Charmaine are from Western Canada, BC there. I'm in Vancouver area, well, Langley area. And Charmaine's up in the Shuswap area. Kent won't be joining us. He'll be in the chat tonight. Hey, Charmaine. You're going to stay muted still? Or you want to say hi?
I'll say hi. My bad.
Okay.
Sometimes I can't find my mute button.
Okay, so I know I say this all the time. I'm going to keep my word tonight. I do have to get up at 4:30 in the morning for work because I have work in the office tomorrow for 2 days. But anyways, um, so yes, it's not going to be a 5 hour live. It's not going to be four. It's not going to be a 3 hour live. Maximum I will go is about an hour and a half to 2 hours, somewhere in there at best, even if it lasts that long, but we'll see. We'll probably actually last around closer to an hour and a half. But anyways, you guys, if you guys have not hit that like and the share, please never do it for the sake of the channel. Always do it for Jack and Lily. And of course, their support. It's a crazy case, guys. Crazy case. Usually cases don't turn out usually like Sebastian Rogers' case, we think that, okay, two children are missing. In Sebastian Rogers' case, that, within a couple days or, well, in that day, they're just going to be simply found. That's not the case here. Second day, children are still not found. Third day, now we're sitting here at 2 months and 18 days that Jack and Lily have been missing. Very strange case indeed. I noticed, Charmaine, I wasn't really thinking about it, but I noticed the cases I follow are always ones where there's mystery behind them. Whenever I feel like there's an element of like weirdness to a case, because it's strange, right? At first, I didn't cover this case. I was watching it for about the first week, and then I was like, well, you know what? Of course, we're Canadian. This is a case that is strange that these two children, two, not one, but two children, just somehow managed to disappear. Magic carpet ride, whatever you want to call it. Bottom line is, we know that that's not true and it doesn't happen. And before we get started, we'll do some shout outs quickly, guys. Jeanette, thank you for being here. Sailor Moon, nice to see you. Fun to craft. Okay, Sunny's in the house. Smash that like button. It's free. Thank you for saying that, Fun to craft. Absolutely. Again, it's always about the algorithm and keeping the story and awareness and their faces out there. That's all Belinda has ever asked of us. Again, about a week after when I did start doing lives, she added me to the messenger. She felt like this was the channel that she wanted to talk to me. She saw the sincerity and genuineness of the channel, and that's what we are always about. Okay, it's always about no fake thumbnails, no misleading titles, and of course, just keeping it real and genuine. When it comes to the missing and the murdered, again, that's what it's about. The victim's always first, family comes after that, and any sort of speculation beyond that. Okay, guys? In today's live, we're going to be specifically talking about now I'm going to Derwood's theory, aka Darren. As you guys know, that Janie and 30 seconds of Derwood were in an interview, and Janie was talking about a timeline, and it was on the property there at Gairloch Road. But anyways, so that's what we're going to be talking about. That's going to be this discussion of today. Okay, guys, going to go through that. Okay, and then I got the poll up, of course, asking you guys, did you call BS? Yes, you believe it, partially. What was the fourth one that I had? So cray, I can't even. That's right. Okay, hi 07, how are you, Little Miss Muffin Top? Nice to see you guys here again. If you're just joining, please hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily. And so I'm just going to scroll down some people's names. Charmaine, did you want to say anything before we start?
No, just there's a couple of people in my area, and it kind of surprised me. So I'm just around the corner from your Blind Bay cabin, and Salmon Arm is where we're building our house. So maybe I'll
Yeah.
bump into you.
Actually, Charmaine, before we get started as well, so we know that there is the fundraiser going on, but do me a favor, you guys. Charmaine, tell everyone what you're doing with regards to the bench for Jack and Lily.
Well, hit a little tiny bit of a snag today. We were going through our material, and we decided to go with cedar for the wood. We have a lot of cedar, but a lot of what we have is tongue and groove. It was already like sanded and varnished and everything for what we were using it for. But we can have. Oh, Jess, cool. We should hook up. But anyways, so we were looking at it and looking at what we were going to use, and we think that we need to get like a stronger cedar for the base of the bench. So when I have time this week, I'm going to go to I don't know, like Home Hardware or something. Like, we have lots of trees and cedar on our property. It's just, then we have to cut a tree down and get it. So it's not really a huge snag, but you know what I mean? We can't really use 1x4 tongue and groove for the base for a bench if it's going to last any amount of time. So, but it's still in the works. I found somebody that's willing to engrave Jack and Lily into it. And in other news, I'm looking at airfare and stuff to try to make it to the fundraiser on the 9th. But again, having said that, from what I found so far, it's almost $1,400, and that's just airfare to get there. And my daughter's due to be induced around the 18th of August, so stay tuned. If there's any possible way I can do it, I will do it.
Oh, exactly. And well, I'll be on vacation myself from August 1st to August. Oh, I go back to work August 18th.
So where are you going? Are you leaving?
No.
Just a staycation?
Staycation, go to White Rock, go to the ocean. Someone just said my voice is a bit rough. Could be, probably, I don't know. Probably really lack sleep, I'll tell you that. Eh?
You just woke up, so.
I was gonna say I had a nap. The groceries came. I could care less if I'm wearing the same shirt as yesterday. Don't bug me if it don't bug you. Well, if it bugs you, I don't care. But yeah, so it's like I woke up. My husband woke me up because I just needed a bit of a nap. Um, Lots of us that follow this case, it's always on my brain. The moment I wake up, the moment I go to sleep. You know, just always looking for the truth. Okay, that's what we're looking for, right? Jack and Lily and the truth. So, I know in the thumbnail, it says Malaya confirms that Darren Darwood, whatever, that his story is untrue. Simple as that. That's all I'm allowed to say. That's all I'm going to say. So I don't have the receipt, but if you trust the channel, then you know that I would never make that up, and that it's absolutely confirmed that that story would not be true. Okay, from Malaya. Okay, so again, that's all I'm going to say about that part. And I'll add one more little thing there. You know, Darren has when he started talking to this channel, um, it was about trying to find answers for Jack and Lily, um, and we were told that he was Malaya's grandmother's cousin to the side there, so it'd be like Malaya's second cousin to whatever. Okay. Um, he was talking about how the Brookside wasn't talking, that there was this weirdness going on, and that he was just trying to seek truth for Jack and Lily. And then this one particular day, he calls and he was all about that he's going to check something out. He's going to be talking to Malaya, and a meeting was set up. and that then that didn't happen. So he figured he was at a loss. And then next thing you know, he was going to talk to Cindy Murray, which is, of course, Maleha's mother. Okay. And so that's kind of how a morning conversation went. It went a lot longer, but um, basically, he felt like that Daniel did something to the children. He came back later that night. Um, and next thing you know, he comes on. And this really pissed me off um, because what he said was, and I'm not going to quote it word for word, but anyways, what he said was that the children were safe. That's all we needed to know. And I'm done with it. I've put all this time into it. And that's basically was it. Gave us that, pretty much said, wash my hands of it and be done with it. I got my answers. I have a source. And just know that the children are fine. Wait, what? You're literally going to drop this information and basically say, well, there you guys go. You know what? Children are safe. Buy what I'm selling with nothing.
That's not the worst of it to me. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Sunny, but when you do that, the last conversation that you had with him was what it was, and then he drops that info on the live stream, and Sunny nor I had any idea it was coming out. So
Yes.
that goes against everything that Sunny tries to do with her channel. Vet the information before she throws it out there.
Yeah, it was definitely a big shock. Well, I think what pissed me off the most of that, well, it was the fact that, yeah, someone like that's trying to, find answers for Jack and Lily. I thought that was the purpose. And it came off as very selfish. Like, well, I got the answers. I got what I needed to know. So there you guys go. Have a good day. And I'm washing my hands of this case, because I've already solved it type of thing. So I was like, wait a second. Wait, what? So that's what you're going to come on the live and tell us? So I ended up saying, you can't just say stuff like that. Well, we ended up saying, you can't just say stuff like that. Like, you have to have receipts. You can't just, and basically he got all pissy at me. Okay. Next thing I know, I get a message from Darren or Derwood, I guess is on his thing. Oh, Grady. Derwood. Yeah. Whatever you want to call him. But anyways, so I was saying, I get a messenger saying that me and Charmaine threw him underneath the bus, and he went all like unhinged a bit on me, and I was just like trying to say, like, what are you talking about? You did this. Like, look at what you just did on that live. You're basically giving people hope, in a sense, not even hope, but literally telling them that that the children are alive and nothing to back it up. He basically told me, I don't have to. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe anything. I only owe basically myself the knowledge. I know I got my source. Source is Janie. We come to find out. And then this story kind of embellishes or comes along. So as time has progressed now, Darren's talking to us again once he, calmed his ass down. And, we always just let him speak whatever he wanted to say. The thing was, again, what was bugging me is that Darren, I think, expected me to take exactly what he was saying and believe in his story, right? Or his scenario, whatever you want to call it. And no, I have my own brain cells. God gave me, well, maybe more than two, but he gave me quite a few. And, I'm not sitting here buying into that because I'm paying attention to everything. Everything. I, again, I would be a complete idiot if I literally just took one side and didn't look at a whole picture. But it's not about sides, right? It's not about Malaya, in a sense, right? When it comes to this, it's not about Daniel, Janie, Belinda. When it comes to Jack and Lily, it's about Jack and Lily. So whatever truth or not truth or whatever you want to call, that's going to be simply up to the RCMP and their investigation. We can bring awareness to the case. We can bring you whatever this family is saying, regardless, even if it's not true. it's still the family speaking. So you have to look at it all. So people accuse me of sucking up to Daniel's butt, and stuff like that. Now, again, I'm not blind. I wasn't born yesterday. You have to sit there and remember the focus, which was about Jack and Lily. And that's what was bothering me about Darren, is that all of a sudden it was like, well, all of a sudden that particular time that he comes back to say that the children are alive, it's almost like that was it for him. He believed everything that they said, and it didn't become in the middle anymore. And he got mad again when unhinged. Haven't talked to him since. Don't care, okay? Do not care. What I care about is the truth about Jack and Lily, because it's these two children. Let me put that back up there. It's these two children that need answers. The family needs to be the voices that truly represent Jack and Lily. It's, for me, I'm covering a case that's really sad. Children mean the world to me. You guys know this. And I'm sure that they mean the world to people, right? Like yourselves in chat, like Charmaine, that you would live and die on the sword for your children. I hate cases like this. They hurt my heart to no end. And it pisses me off that we are struggling for a timeline that should have been simple. If nobody's lying, then the timeline should have been simple. It should be simple. Who am I kidding? Right? So we got Darren that came into the picture, Derwood, whatever. And like I said, now all of a sudden it's whatever seems to be that Daniel's selling him, that he's worked it out himself because he's the smartest apple, you know. Well, I think honestly Daniel thinks that he is, but then you got Darren who just gets angry because I didn't take his information and see it the same way. I'm looking at it fully. And so that's how I wanted him to stay, but obviously not, because gets unhinged, sits there and craps on this channel now, and every which way he can say stuff and be ignorant and rude. And he's an old grumpy man is what he is. And he needs to learn to stop being so unhinged. And then in this news clipping, the whole point of that news clipping is, well, they made him look like a fool by what they put out there, I think, for sure. They could have put something else out about Jack and Lily, but they chose to, it seems like, make Darren look like a fool. Do I feel like Darren wants Jack and Lily to be found? Absolutely, I do. But I think that he's got his britches too big for himself, and he believes what he believes now because he's figured out the magic clue that nobody else has and stuff like that. And the news doesn't want to hear a bunch of, well, they're on a reserve. Yeah, Malaya put them into a vehicle, but you know what? Janie didn't see that X-nay on the, cut that. But he wants to tell this story. No news station alive is going to want to listen to a bunch of what would be deemed as a bunch of speculation. That's all it really is. The only thing that Darren could have provided was maybe having conversations with Cindy, himself and stuff, Patty, and stuff like that. Okay. So yeah, so this became a story now of that the children are hidden. Charmaine, let's start with your thoughts on the fact of when this came out and about the children being hidden. And how, because I know that you, of all people, have not bought into that at all. At all.
No, for me, when honestly, I would have to go back and watch to remember my actual reaction to it. But for me, the entire storyline, because I go back to who, what, why, when, how, and not ending there. I always ask, what's the goal? What's the end game? And if you can't get past the who, what, and why, by the time he came into the picture, like I've said since that came out, if it was the first week, I would have been like, maybe she was scared. But after that, it just becomes so unbelievable. And to me, so cruel, because not only is he family, but he is family to Malaya, but he is taking up for Daniel, even though there's clearly problems there. So for me, just for me, his credibility was meh, right from the get, straight out the gate. What is your motive? And then when Sonny explained to me, oh no, keep your friends closer and your enemies closer, this is what he thinks. I was looking forward to that live stream. I couldn't wait to see what Derwood said that night. How are
Same.
you? How's your game going? How is this game going? And when he dropped that, I was like, I probably turned my camera off and started swearing, because
Yeah.
that's not, that I don't agree with. I understand giving hope is always a good thing, but giving that kind of false hope, I am 1000% ironclad sure that those kids are alive and well, but you're probably never going to see them again around here. And if you do, they're going to be completely different. It might be 20 years down the road.
Right.
Who says that to a grieving, scared, terrified family? A family member. That's who. That's who said it. So that was my initial feeling, and I haven't strayed much from that at all. But I've always been respectful to you, Darren. So
I thought that now that you're saying this, because it's my memory recollecting. I the main actually when I was saying that, besides him coming on saying that, but the reason I actually was upset is because Belinda and me have had conversations, okay, and everyone knows that. Um, Belinda was willing to share whatever she could if it meant bringing answers to Jack and Lily, conversations with Daniel, conversations with Malaya, which was two, and besides her interview, okay? So, and by the way, Anon, I blocked her. I'm not putting up with bullshit. You guys know that. Be respectful to each other. It's supposed to be a caring environment. We're adults here. So just remember that, because you'll get blocked as fast as you came in if you start being ignorant, okay? Okay, guys, be respectful to us up here and be respectful in chat. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I appreciate opinions, but it has to be done, not to sit there and attack others, okay? So keep it nice. So I booted her on. As soon as I seen that message, I was like, you're out of here. I don't care. It's not about the subscriptions, okay? It's about sitting there just being decent to each other, and if people can't handle that, then out you go. Simple as that. Awareness for Jack and Lily. But it was Belinda, okay? I couldn't believe what we were hearing on that live. It was totally opposite of everything I was expecting for him to say. And it was like a bomb being dropped. And all I could think about is Belinda sitting here watching this. How is she feeling at this moment that you literally came on to say that the children are alive? And you're right, Charmaine. They're somewhere, perhaps the United States, on a freaking barge, right? They're maybe somewhere on a reserve or somewhere in Canada. I don't know. I don't know those pieces, but I'm just telling you my source. I know that she's being truthful, and I know that that person's being truthful. And basically, there you go. Have a good day. You're going to actually do that to the grandmother and sit there and say something like that, giving false hope because you have no receipts to back it up, right? Now, Darren ended up talking to Belinda a little bit. Um, Bottom line is that I like to still, regardless, we don't know the answers to what happened to Jack and Lily. Go ahead. You're putting that up for a reason. Charmaine, did you want to answer that?
no, just I if you wanted to go over it, but I mean there was another
Oh, we
comment
will
that
be.
was directed at me, and I'm not sure, Jess, why you're directing it at me, but
Oh,
I was
sorry.
wondering what made Belinda say what she said about the kids, and as far as I know, it was just her instinct as a paternal blood relative. Just she had a gut feeling when she saw those woods and heard the story, and saw where they were living. She just had a gut feeling, and Sunny could probably speak to that more. And Blue Jay, will come back to yours, okay?
Yeah, so I guess you're talking right. Well, I mean, we saw in the interview, like Belinda has said, like Derwood hits. I mean, it's a nice story that you wish to believe, but that's really all it is a story. Um, Her gut has told her that she believes something has happened to those children. That there's no way that they were in those woods. Janie has said that herself. And again, so what I like about Belinda, okay, is the fact that she's just always been everything she's done. Besides a little bit at the start, the only thing we couldn't really talk about was Cody. They had the wrong Cody Sullivan out there. They had Cody Lee Sullivan that had a charge in Prince George or whatever. And she had let me know privately that her son had no charges. And then anything that she did keep, that very little sliver, was she told it in the interview that she did. Okay. Now, I know that Belinda, well, for anyone that's seen the interview knows how deep her pain is. She has said that she had thought that, ever since Malaya had met Daniel, and Cheryl had made this comment as well when she was on Hidden in the Fog, is that pretty much for, I think, close to 2 years, it just seemed like ever since she met Daniel that things were different. Uh, Belinda always has spoken highly of Malaya, and she said she was shocked when she saw uh, where Malaya was living and about her two grandbabies. Now, remember, Belinda is the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. And she had said that Malaya was basically gifted, or, it was meant to be that she was meant to be a mother, that she never yelled at the kids. She never hit the kids. She never did anything. In fact, she just, like I said, thought that she was meant to be a mother. She thought that once she met Daniel, she said everything was good up until they had moved, I guess, into the trailer there. And Malaya was bringing the children over to visit. And then it seemed like, well, we've seen Malaya's messages, right? Where she's saying that Daniel didn't want me to give out the address. Basically, showing the signs of someone that's controlling based on those text messages. But so yeah, so it was kind of like one of these things is that Belinda has always been there from the very start with me a week after. And I would do anything to bring these children back and have this hopeful thing, like the scenario that Darren was putting out there. I looked at it, there was a part of me, because everything's built around the timeline of Daniel. Um, and like when it comes to time and Janie now, and then of course Darren, and everything's been built around that, and never, of course, from the Malaya Brooks side. Okay, so to Belinda, this was a huge change to how she knew Malaya, and she just figured that, well, she needs some time. These are her Belinda's words, okay? That she figured Malaya needed some time. That obviously, you know, for whatever reason, she needed time, and that she was talking with Belinda. Belinda says Malaya was that she was going to bring around the children for, I believe it was Lily's birthday. Was it Lily's birthday? I think it yes, because Jack's is in October at the end there, like near Halloween. I think it's the 30th or 31st. I think 30th. And Lily's is, I believe, is January, February. They just appeared. March, April, May.
You have a
Shoot.
comment on screen, Sonny.
I ain't unblocking Darren. Hell to the no, Danielle. Okay? Hell to the no. Ain't having that type of drama in here tonight. Right? He can say, no, he has shit on this channel and me enough. I'm not putting up with his or any other rudeness, including your own, to be honest. So that's not happening. I'm going to put that out there now. So you can talk, Darren, he can talk to Kent all day long. Have at it. Okay. If he wants to say something, tell Kent. Okay. So, anyways, this whole theory that basically Malaya whisked these kids off. and put them in a vehicle, and that somehow Janie had, didn't see her putting the kids into a vehicle, but that she had this look, right? Daniel saying it, that my mom came out of the camper, and that Malaya, or he was yelling the names of Jack and Lily, that Malaya was on her phone, that she had no basically sense of emotion at all, and that she had this look as if she was caught with her hand in the cookie jar. And so Darren derived this whole thing in a sense. And I don't want to say just Darren. Daniel himself believed that Cindy Murray had everything to do with why the children disappeared, and that Malaya was innocent of all of that, right? Because this is, of course, him drooling and sitting there. And this is what pissed me off too. Jack and Lily are missing, and he's using the news, and he's using, to talk about his love for Malaya. Okay. Um, Great. Jack and Lily are missing. That's the most important thing to me. I'm not part of the family. I'm just here to cover a case. I call a spade a spade. And at the end of the day, the children missing are the most important thing, not your relationship at that point with Malaya. But anyways, so bottom line was this whole thing is derived into that I was talking with Daniel and Janie, and this is basically what happened. And these children are being hidden. And Charmaine, we'll go to that because obviously, right, in the first day or two, this might have been plausible that she just wanted out of the relationship, and maybe she was putting the kids in the vehicle, and then maybe perhaps another vehicle was coming and got kind of caught there, and then she was going to take Meadow and herself. So that would have possibly made sense for like the first day or two, but it carried on and carried on. And the more, of course, it carried on, what's the chances that this was likely? And then it kind of went into orbit, what I say. Okay, so maybe Malaya wanted to protect the children. She was in this relationship that's not so good. She was trying to get out of it, whatever the scenario. Remember, this is speculation, okay? So, okay, the children, someone helps her pick up the children, whatever, da-da-da-da. Okay, but then it turns kind of into orbit. And then it goes into that these children are being hidden and that they're being kept somewhere in Canada, possibly even the States. And that just know that these children, chances are, according to Darren, that, we won't see them for about 20 years. It's just absurd. It was just absurd, okay? I looked down that line myself, Charmaine, and go ahead, Charmaine, about the 1 to 2 days. Okay, plausible that maybe she's, created this
I
storm,
just,
got in the.
I couldn't get it. I couldn't get past. And then Darren would hear my thoughts, and then he would come back and he would have an explanation. Like, my first thing was, okay, so if she wanted to leave and she was so scared, why are we planning to do this while Daniel is sleeping instead of when Daniel is away at work? That doesn't make any sense, even if you're friends, because at first he said the friends could only do it on that day, and then he changed it to, okay, well, there was an argument the night before, whatever, whatnot. So I couldn't get past that. There are other ways, because from experience, I know what it's like to feel like you need to escape. So I would question that, and I did, hardcore. And then he came back with an explanation about the fight and this and that. Okay, fine. She was desperate. She had to go. But once she was to safety and Meadow was gone and she had to have a sense of safety, she could have spoken up and she could have had her kids back right then and there. Because you explained to the RCMP the situation. I'm sorry I put you guys through this for 24 to 48 hours at that point. But here's the truth. Done is done. But to carry on like this over Lily and Jack, and Daniel is not even married to Malaya. So stepdad, yes, he is legally. And if Cody had signed off his rights, Malaya could foreseeably take him for child support ever. But that doesn't entitle him to custody or to take the kids from Malaya. He is the stepdad at best. So all of it, no matter what had happened before and led up to it, even if she was badly abused and the kids were badly abused and she got out and she's safe, it's a family court issue at best. And every day that went by, people had to be telling Malaya that the punishment is going to be that much worse. It's going to be that much worse. And now here we are, however many weeks in, still going, still. The worst part about it for me is that the family, Janie, Daniel, Darren, y'all think the kids are out there, but you're not screaming their names. You're not publicly. What does that have to do with anything, Daniel? Nothing. Just whatever. What does Cody have to do with this? These kids went missing on your watch. Yours. Not Cody's. Period. Whatever. I'm not even. Go ahead, Sonny. Your turn.
It is irrelevant. Okay. They did disappear. There's 3 people on the property that day. That was, well, 3 adults. Obviously, Malaya, Daniel, and Janie. Of course, there's 3 kids, Lily, Jack, and Meadow. Baby Meadow. Baby Meadow, for anyone that is watching, of course, is the child between Daniel and Malaya. And regardless, yeah, Cody doesn't have anything. Daniel, I'm not going to really overly entertain you tonight. I really want to not be distracted. I mean, at the end of the day, again, you're pushing things that don't matter for Jack and Lily. It's Jack and Lily. Like I said, I'm an outsider in all of this. We are, okay? We're watching what's going on and watching everything, actions, watching words, everything, but I'm not, I've told you this, okay? That because you have so many inconsistencies and some that I would literally deem as lies, how can you believe anything you say? How can I believe anything that anyone says? We don't have any consistent timeline. I'm not entertaining Darren at all. Sorry, Darren, you burnt your bridge here. So simple as that. Ain't I'm blocking you? Not happening. You had a chance, but you attacked me instead, and that's fine. I'm a big girl. I got my big girl undies on, but the thing is that I'm not going to entertain that anymore. You want to sit there and justify stuff like this today? Go ahead and do it. Open up your own channel, right? You can speak all you want all day long. Anyways, let's get into this again. Okay, guys? Um, so these messages are from Derwood that he had put up there. There was 3, but 2 of them were actually identical. And I know that I've seen posts about this before. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to listen to Derwood on a live that he was streamed. And then again, let's get into the land of make-believe, because that's exactly what this is. Because there's not one scenario with the information that's out there to their own timeline that can show that Malaya put these kids in a vehicle. It doesn't make sense, including Janie's. Janie perhaps might be the most truthful one in all of this. But again, her timeline to what she's saying still doesn't make sense that Malaya could have put these children in a vehicle at all. So it's kind of like when, if the math doesn't math, it simply can't math. And again, we're only going by the information that's out there. You should never have to pull teeth if people are being honest. In a case, the truth will be the truth and it won't change. Well, it will change maybe a little bit, okay? It will change a little bit, maybe things that were forgotten about, because usually what happens in a day of panic, kind of like the Delphi case, obviously, is that, other things they might have remembered and stuff like that. But this is just, it's turned into a big circus. And that's a shame, because it's about Jack and Lily and answers and what happened to Jack and Lily. Like I said, Daniel and Malaya, Janie, anyone else with knowledge about the children's disappearance, RCMP, they're the ones that have way more information than we could ever have. And I'm going to trust that Jack and Lily will get their answers that they deserve. And that's why we're here. So we'll talk about this. So the first one, it says, what did you do? Where are the kids? Malaya looked stunned and said, this is again Derwood saying this, okay? In the woods, Janie asked, how long were they in the woods? Malaya says, 20 minutes. Janie knew that this was a lie. Okay, so Janie knew that that was a lie because she just heard them minutes before this. This is all in Janie's sworn testimony. And then he says, statement taken by the RCMP right on the spot. The second day, Malaya, I don't know, I think Malaya ups and leaves type of thing, something like that. The dog barking also woke up Daniel. Really, that dog barking also woke up Daniel because in Daniel's own words, him and Malaya both, I tell Daniel, do you hear the kids? Daniel says, I asked Malaya, do you hear the kids? Daniel, in his own words, Daniel, you on interviews, and I have it right here to play, said that you and Malaya got up together, went outside, you know, you've said multiple different versions of this, and it's been inconsistent. You at no point in time wanted to clarify anything. In fact, and so that's where I lost my patience with you because too many inconsistencies. And I wasn't born, and fall off a turnip truck. And it just became ridiculous. Your inconsistencies, you could have easily have fixed this if you were telling the truth. You keep making excuses, Daniel, for why you don't want to talk to anybody on YouTube, but yet you want to use the internet as your place to try to sell whatever it is you're selling, right? With regards to Jack and Lily, it's a joke. You're saving yourself, you said, for the news. And yet you tell the news different things than what's happening online. You've made comments about Netflix. You belittled Belinda about Cody, like meaning that had nothing to do with it. So instead of being sympathetic, you wanted to go on the aggressive side by making a comment about Cody. You made some sort of KFC bucket remark, just stuff that it so reminds me of Sebastian Rogers' case, where the stepfather is trying to sell us a bunch of stuff. He's using the internet to how he thinks because he thinks that he's so smart that he's pulling a fast one over on us. Sorry, again, I've been in true crime for 5 years, and this is about Jack and Lily. And why the hell, 2.5 months later, are you talking about a stapler and having posters and doing all this work and basically saying that Malaya is, I did everything. I almost died 2 times looking for Jack and Lily. The whole world won't know about this, on and on and on. Malaya bad. The kids never went to Malaya. Malaya bad, 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 bad mother, bad mother. I did everything. I'm the hero. She's a zero. And then you just kind of have portrayed that. But yet, by the same token, you're like, you know what, you guys, I'm going to use the news. If Malaya, if you're listening, because this is really directed towards you, Malaya, please, everyone, don't attack Malaya. I mean, I know I'm the one that spoke, and I said to be careful with the stuff you're using. And it just became, honestly, sickening to me, the way he was playing us for fools. It's my opinion. It's how I feel. And then again, comes in this Daniel thinking that Cindy Murray had everything to do with it. Malaya was this innocent victim of it all that whisked away the kids, and she was only doing it underneath, the wicked mother-in-law's spell. But anyways, so Daniel, Janie got dressed and tied the dog. Never heard that part. She heard Daniel come out and talk to Malaya. That's not what Daniel said. In his own words, out of his own mouth on an interview. That's not what Daniel said. Okay, and started yelling for the kids. Malaya said that they were in the woods. Janie confronted Malaya less than a minute later and asked, what did you do? Where are the kids? Malaya looked stunned and said, in the woods. And remember, Daniel, you said that, and your dumbass believed her. That's what you said. Janie asked her, how long were they in the woods? And then I guess that went probably to this side, actually. So I should have had the other one on the other side. Okay, my bad. I was rushing before the live here, you guys. And again, no accusatory of Daniel, Malaya, Janie for the fact that they actually had something to do with it. We don't know the answer for that. Please never accuse. It always has to be in your opinion. Make sure that that's what you're saying whenever you're saying anything about Daniel or Malaya or Janie or even Darren on that. But anyways, okay, Charmaine, the next thing I'm going to do after this is I'm going to play Darren's clip on a live of ours. So did you want to say anything to what I just said?
No, I want to watch the clip, Darren, and I'm going to actually go and look at your thumbnail because I don't know what was on it and
Mine?
why. Yeah.
It says Malaya confirms that Derwood's
Oh,
story is untrue. That's what it said. Okay.
um,
I've told
and
you
we're not
guys.
lying, you guys. It's not clickbait. It's not clickbait.
No.
Just because she's not in public doesn't mean she's not confirming or denying certain things, certain places. So
Mm-hmm. Um, you guys know that we'll pull out receipts, and in this case, I didn't even actually ask for the receipt because I felt like it's one of those things. Either you know that we're being truthful, and if I can get a receipt, I never thought to ask because that's one of those things that um, I have to respect the wishes of when we're talking to people, and I will always do that. My integrity means a lot to me, so it's one of those things, you guys. Again, if you're following the channel and you know what we are all about, then you know that this is not a fabrication, and leave it at that. Okay, not going to make up anything, not going to do anything in the
I
sake
was just
of.
I was just more wondering what drew Daniel back in here, and that's not
Oh my god, he's like.
that was not the intention. Trust me, we've said our piece to you many times, and nothing has changed.
Yeah, honestly, Danielle, you're like that little gopher, that little weasel that just keeps popping in and popping in. Doesn't matter how many times I freaking come at you, dude. You know, it's like a love hate relationship there, right? Love to hate me, but still, you know, hate to
You
miss
just wanted to
anything, I
do what
suppose.
Malaya was saying. Malaya hasn't spoken to anybody. She hasn't spoken to anybody.
Not out publicly,
Right. That's what
right?
I mean. So if people are coming looking for Malaya to make a statement or something, that hasn't happened and probably won't happen.
Daniel's had every opportunity. He for me, he's acting like he's a celebrity of two missing children, and that he will do whatever he wants to, and that's fine. Don't care, right? Don't care. Again, if you want to talk to Kent, you still want to talk to us, and you want to tell your truth, right? No problem. We're not here to attack you, Daniel, but what I'm gonna definitely talk about is your inconsistencies and things that are just downright, freaking like triangle stories going on. And you've had every opportunity to use your own Pokemon channel and tell your side if you wanted to clear it up. You know what? Like I said, I'm done with your games. Your games, they don't get by me. You can preach it, to the choir all day long. This is about Jack and Lily, and not about playing games or trying to think that you're playing mind games with me. Okay, so let's get on with it. Enough about you, Daniel. If you want to still stay in chat, go right ahead. Speak to your little heart's content. Answer people's questions. Again, we love it when family speaks up, regardless. And but anyways, let's get into this now, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna take this away from stage. Move. So again, actually, let me look at the date of this. Uh, Give me a second, guys. I just want to look at the date of this. This one here. Okay, so streamed live on June 19th. So a month ago, okay, is when this happened. And this is when, of course, Darren was being nice to the channel. And I was willing to listen to whatever any family member had to say, right? It wasn't about attacking, it was just about listening and just absorbing any and all information, regardless, as long as it was family members or someone that, could prove that they were a close friend, or something like that. Absolutely, right? Hidden in the Fog Susan had Cheryl, Logan, and Haley on her channel. Belinda has been, of course, talking on this channel. Darren and of course the messages between Daniel and Charmaine. So let's play this out. And I honestly can't. I remember there's a certain part of here I was playing, but we're just gonna listen to what Darren was saying. Okay, at this particular time, because he spoke on quite a few lives. So, make that bigger. And let's go. I just want to say this from everybody that's watching right now, too. And for all the Canadians out there, absolutely appreciate this. I heard you didn't get such a warm welcome over there. You know, Dolly Vision and myself appreciate definitely. I can't speak for Justin, but thank you.
There was some. Now I got some. This one. What the hell is her name?
Whose name?
And she had Dolly Vision's. The Dolly Vision's. My conversation with Dolly Vision on there, and holy Jesus! At the end of it, she said she was sure that I was involved.
Oh.
She said I was the driver that picked the kids up at the side of the road, and that's the only way I know about it. And then she was calling the cops. She was calling the Mounties to report me.
Whatever. Anyway, so go on. I'm just going to let you speak, please. I would love to hear because I didn't
let him know that I'm here.
Oh, Kent's with me on the live as well, and you said that you knew him because you're obviously from the area. But go ahead and you just say whatever you want to say because I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, wait, are we online now?
We are. So just
Are you on YouTube or Facebook?
We're on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, no, I can see you.
Yeah.
Why can't I see you move or anything?
Oh, are you lagging?
Oh, I know, because I had the stop button clicked on. See, I told you I'm a technology dinosaur, and I just proved it again.
It's all good.
I really am.
Yeah. So what was going on today? Go on. Let her rip.
Let me see. Where do I start with this?
The beginning.
Okay. Well, the beginning of the little bit of shit I caused when Malaya took off, where she grabbed the baby and took off from Cindy's place where she was supposed to be under 24-hour supervision by CPS, but not really by CPS. It was their rules. But Cindy was watching her for 12 hours a day, and Cindy's husband Wade was watching her because he works night shift, and Cindy works day shift. But sometime through the day. Yesterday, I was over talking to some of my people, and I think I might have triggered something by dropping a name that maybe got some people upset. And I think Malaya got a quick call saying that I think some people were pretty surprised that I dropped this name, and it's somebody I sort of suspect of being directly involved. And when I dropped the name, it wasn't 20 minutes later that Malaya grabbed the baby and took off out of Cindy's place and went to I'm not going to say ran. She never ran. She drove. She drove to everybody's saying she ran, but she got in the car with the baby and took off and went to the reserve in Shubenacadie, and she's there with her family now. But when she left, she broke the CPS contract of 24-hour supervision, and CPS has taken Meadow now.
Okay. And I know somebody's asking in chat what was the name, Joseph Morris, which is a YouTube creator here in Canada as well. I'm just going to ask, did you want to put out a name or not put out a name?
It's my name?
No, I think when you were talking about you dropped a name, but I'm sure that you probably don't want to mention that. I'm sure.
Okay, I've had a real bad day with this.
Yeah,
I've been sick to my stomach for the last few hours over it, and I'll tell you why. I was coming very close. What I needed was proof, concrete proof of who was driving the vehicle that I believe picked the kids up beside the road. In other words, who Malaya handed the kids over to beside the road.
Yeah.
Okay? I believed I know it. And one of them, that's the name I dropped.
Oh, you did?
That's what got everything cooking, right?
Yeah.
But what I wanted to do, now Malaya shut down right from her first interview. I mean, Malaya has talked to no one.
Right.
No one. Through her brother, I gained his trust, and this is true. There's a switch going on here that not only do I want to help Daniel, and Daniel's doing well. Daniel's doing a lot better, and he's really coming through better now. And he's getting his ideas across. And I think Daniel's making mistakes with small facts because he's got so goddamn much in his head. And he knows so much that it's ridiculous. But Daniel's pretty well clean now. I'm 100% sure. I mean, him and Malaya were having social problems as a couple has, but he has nothing to do with the abduction. Nothing.
Right.
So, and as far as the relationship between him and Malaya, I do not step in between another man and a woman. If anything was going on in amongst the family that was, as long as the kids weren't getting hurt, I have nothing to say about it because it was Malaya's choice to stay there and it was Daniel's choice to stay there. And as far as I'm concerned, they had a good relationship for quite a while. But anyway,
yeah. So. Well, you were talking about basically you dropped a name and all this commotion started. Malaya took off in a car. And you.
No, I can't prove that the name I dropped. I can't prove that, but
right.
I don't see any other reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
is
by
this
the way,
a relic? Go ahead.
Yes, Hayden, the half brother.
Hayden.
Yeah. And he's a nice little fella. He's not a bad little fella at all. He's pretty mixed up. Like he's got a lot of feelings about the whole situation, and I might as well not get into that.
Yeah.
But he helped me. I gained his trust.
Yeah.
And I convinced him that I want to help Malaya, and I got to remind myself there's something I want to say about Malaya here too.
Sure.
So he helped me get in contact with Malaya. I gained his trust, and he convinced Malaya to talk to me. We were going to meet later on. I was notified this afternoon that Malaya agreed to meet with me and talk to me, and Malaya trusts me too. And so at that meeting, what I wanted to impress on Malaya, I wanted to have a good conversation with her because Malaya is the only one that was there, other than maybe the drivers, who can verify to me if my name is right, that I think, or she could tell me who was there. And see, once I found out where I was aiming, once I found out who picked the kids up, well, then the trail's pretty short to wherever they are.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened was Malaya agreed to talk to me, and I was actually very pleasantly surprised. I thought, we're gonna get this straightened out. We're gonna get this finished shortly. But Malaya apparently was, from what I understand, she was starting to get ready. She told her family on the reservation are the Brookses. That's where her Brooks name comes in. Her,
yeah.
And they're a good bunch of people. They're natives, and they're a good bunch of people. I believe they're Micmac, and they love Malaya, and they want to watch out for Malaya, and she's in a good, safe spot with them. That's for sure. But they advised her. They were worried about her talking to me, so they strongly advised her. They convinced her to change her mind and not talk to me. So see, that lost my connection to try to find whoever was in the pickup vehicle. So I'm sort of at a loss right now as what to try next. And I think I'm almost going to have to just give up and listen for a while. This is getting hard on my family a little bit. There's a lot of people jerking around down here.
Yeah.
But I'm not scared of them if I was getting somewhere. But I think it's at a dead end right now that all I can do is maybe, like I say, if you want to learn something, the best way to learn is not be talking. The best way to learn is sometimes shut your mouth and listen.
And listen.
So I think I'm going to go into a phase for a little while here where I just shut up and listen.
Yeah. Well, that's very disappointing because, I mean, it seems like she's easily swayed by others. You know.
Yep. Please, you're hitting the nail on the head, and you're reminding me the most important thing I want to say, and that I want people to hear. Please listen to this clearly, because I talked to that Justin guy, and I wasn't getting my points across properly at all. And I talked to this. Well, I couldn't talk to this other person because she's just right out the motive. What was it? Motive means and something.
Yeah, don't know.
Well, she's totally whacked. Then that one. That's the one that's going to report me to the Mounties and all that shit.
Okay.
I don't really care. But anyway, where I want to go with this, I want everybody to think about Malaya for a few minutes here. Now, people, I want you to picture this. Malaya's relationship with her previous man that she had Jack and Lily too,
Cody,
was very abusive. Okay, and Malaya, to start off with, is a very mild person. Like before she ever even went out with anybody, she was a very mild, peaceful, passive girl. Okay, and when she got into that, I don't know if she had another boyfriend before Sullivan or not, but
sure was.
I have information that he gave her a really hard time. Now, I have reports from some people of her being pretty violent too, but in my mind, the difference between that is okay. It's the difference and like you, I think you already got the idea. I'm kind of an old school idiot. If a man's built at all, if he's got a little solidness to him at all, a woman can punch him in the face a few times, and it really doesn't. It doesn't do that much damage, or hit your, slap you, or something like that. I don't see the real big deal in that. But yet, if you turn it around, a solid man with some strength can really wreck a woman. So that way there, I believe the violent thing has to be between couples, has to be cut out altogether. One rule: nobody touches anybody. That's what I believe. Now, in Malaya's relationship with Sullivan, I believe Malaya might have, tried to slap him a few times, but I don't think Sullivan had much compassion as far as retaliating those. And by the way, this woman that on this motives means site,
yeah,
she showed Belinda Gray's interview, and she had Belinda Gray down as being involved with the
yes,
killing and abduction.
She's just obviously a whack job. So those Fruit Loops,
She's a
honestly
complete knob job, man. That thing is
whack. Lots of them. There's lots of them out there, but don't worry about that part.
To tell you the truth, like I so far, with my vast experience, you and Dolly are the most sensible to talk to, and that's why I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm not going to bother trying to talk to Justin again because I find him very argumentative, and I can't. I'm not going to argue with somebody to prove my points or prove what I know. If they believe me, they believe me, and if they don't, well, they're great. I see a lot of stuff online that I don't believe.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I want to say about Malaya.
Yeah.
And I really want to make this. Daniel's fighting for himself now. He's got pretty well cleared. He's out in the open. He's got a lot of information out there going, and people don't like some of the mistakes he's making. Well, that's too bad. Now, Daniel's a young man. He can handle himself. Now, honestly, I tried to give him a hand for a while, and I believe I did help him clarify his position, and I investigated the shit out of him. And Daniel's, as far as this, he's not a perfect husband, but as far as this abduction thing, which is the only thing I'm concerned about, he's nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Now, Malaya. Like I said, this thing is so overblown. I want you to picture this. Anytime Daniel, if they get in an argument, and I do it myself, I raise my voice. And it bothers my woman if I raise my voice.
Right.
So I try not to do it. But Daniel's the same. When he gets excited, he raises his voice. Now, you can classify that as abuse if you want. But Malaya being so mild-mannered to start with, and then going through a pretty bad abusive relationship with Mr. Sullivan, and I don't want to blame Mr. Sullivan because, like I said, you don't step in between a man and a woman. Maybe he had plenty of cause to be violent. I don't know. No, I wouldn't put up with a man being violent to a woman in front of me. But
I've been in abusive relationships for a long time. Yeah. I'm in a good relationship now, but trust me, so I do understand what you're saying. But go on, please, Darren.
Okay, now Darwood. As far as I'm concerned, Malaya being so mild-mannered and going through what she went through when she got in with Daniel, and Daniel's a good fella, but I believe she already had some mental issues over the way she was treated. I believe she almost had like a PTSD, and that she was so mild-mannered to start with that if Daniel raised his voice, she went right into panic mode. Okay, so but Daniel never raised his voice very much as far as I'm concerned. But this is what happened on the side of the goddamn road, and this is why Malaya looked so bad in her interview. She was scared to death. Now, she wanted out of there, and she made a plan to get out of there, but there was other people sort of took it. Like I said, she bitched to the family and told them that she wanted out of there, and she was, they the last little while they were having a hard time, and I found this out that Malaya's income was frozen for quite a while and seized somehow, and I don't know the particulars of that, but Malaya I don't think had any money coming in for quite a little while, so they were living on Daniel's unemployment, and they were fine. So when the financial hardship started adding to her postpartum depression with the baby, and then adding to her mild nature, and then adding to maybe some PTSD from the things just got too much between them. So she made up her mind to leave, but she was scared. The reason she tried, what happened here, she tried to sneak out of there because she didn't want Daniel to get upset. She was scared to death of him getting upset. And that's why she did it early in the morning. That's why she snuck the two kids out. What she planned to do was sneak the two kids out to the side of the road, get them in the vehicle, and then take off down the road. And then she planned, because Daniel was still sleeping, then she planned on going, I'm sure of this now, but I can't 100% verify it. And this is some of the stuff that I was going to verify with my meeting with Malaya if it just would have kept going. I'm sure she was going to go back into the place, pick up the baby, come out, and then her and the baby would be gone while Daniel was sleeping. So she'd avoid Daniel raising his voice, because Daniel certainly loved her and certainly would not want them to go. And what happened was the ones that Malaya was involved with, they're actually not. They're parts. A couple of them are part of her family members. Don't forget, she has another aspect to her partial family members, like half brothers and half sisters, and I believe Malaya was complaining to them a little bit, and I believe they were taking it more seriously. Do you know how? Okay, you get in a little group and somebody tells a story.
Yeah.
Well, next thing you know, it's repeated, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes around the circle. Well, I believe that's what happened. I believe her and a couple of her relatives and a couple other of her close friends talked this all over, and they got so excited that they made up their mind they were going to help Malaya get the hell out of there. And then the sort of the plan was triggered, and Malaya, being so mild mannered that she was scared to death to do it, but she gathered up the courage to bail. And where it failed, and people say, well, why didn't Malaya just leave? Well, she was trying to leave. And what happened was, out on the side of the road early in the morning, she shuffled the kids off. And Janie, she didn't know Janie was home at the time. And Janie was sleeping in the trailer, and Janie heard whatever she heard. I think the dog barked a couple of times, and I think she heard a car, and I think she heard somebody talking. See, Malaya she wasn't supposed to be home right then. She was supposed to be somewhere else. So Janie, Daniel's mother, heard this and came out. And here's Malaya standing on the side of the road with her phone going. And it startled the shit out of Malaya, because Janie walked right up behind her and said, Malaya, what are you doing? I think Janie missed that car by about 30 seconds.
Right. That's what, yeah.
So that's where the plan fell apart. That's where the plan of her just bailing. She tried to bail, and she was so scared. The exact words I understand were said from was Janie said to Malaya, if I'm wrong, I'm damned. But and by the way, Janie, if Janie wants to contact me and tell me that I'm wrong or give me shit, I certainly will take it. I'll take the abuse, no problem at all.
Mm.
But I've got this from a couple of people. Well, I'll tell you who I got this from. I got it from Daniel and I got it from Logan, and those are the only other two that I could cross-check this with.
Right.
And so she looked at Malaya, and Malaya looked right guilty, because it kind of startled her, because Janie wasn't even supposed to be there. And Janie said to Malaya, "What did you do?" Now, I think Janie knew that the kids got sent out on a drive, but I don't think she knew what else to say or what else to do. And then, that's when Daniel came out. So that's why Daniel doesn't know just exactly what happened, because first Malaya started, she panicked, and this is all it was. She panicked, and she said abduction. I think somebody took the kids. Daniel went right out of his goddamn mind. And then Malaya started to try to say, well, maybe they weren't abducted. And then that's where it come from. I think they went out the back door. I think they're in the woods. Now, you see, she changed her story twice right there right off the start. So that's why Daniel headed for the woods, because the abduction theory, he didn't know which way anybody went or never went. And in his mind, and I don't, maybe she said about the woods, backdoor woods first, I'm not sure about that. And that's why Daniel headed for the woods right quick. He ran up by they had a little cabin next door that the kids played in that Daniel made for them. So Daniel went running through the cabin and stuff like that. He thought the kids would be in their little cabin where they play, right? And that's why he said, like, there's people saying, oh, where did he go in 30 seconds? He said he was out running through lakes. Well, no, the 30 seconds was the first shot where he just ran up by the little cabin, and they got a little path there beside the place where the kids, it's a nice little spot for kids to play. And Daniel checked that first, and then he came running back. And then Malaya was standing there playing with her phone, and from my understanding out, Malaya said, well, what do we do? What do we do? And then she said, should I call the cops? And Daniel said, yes, call the fucking cops. And then he jumped in his truck and went, or his van, and went looking for the kids. He checked the yard, and then he went up and down the roads. So, you know, that, and by the time she said abduction, right? And then she called the cops right in front of Daniel, right? And I don't think she was panicking. I really believe she was. And then she told the cops she thought the kids were abducted. Well, of course, the Mounties stormed out there so quick that it was surprisingly quick how quick the Mounties got there, because I think they were already in the area over at something else going on, kayaker or something up the road. But anyway, they were there so quick, and then they got abduction in their head, and then they called in the dogs right quick, and then things escalated so fast that Malaya was just standing there pretty near froze in fear and panic, and things escalated so fast that I think by the time Malaya came sort of back to her out of shock, or that the searches were going, it went too fast for her to back out of it.
Right. Now, Derwood, can I just ask you one question?
I've been yapping long enough.
No.
Sure get a chance to talk.
No. Honestly, I would rather listen, to be honest with you, because people don't want to hear what I have to say. They want to hear what you have to say, because you're part of the family. But do you know how long that Daniel was gone? Because the Brookside is trying to say that he was gone for 3 hours, and that's
no,
right.
He wasn't gone. No, he wasn't gone for 3 hours at all. Let me think about that, because I checked that timeline. That's one of the first things I checked.
Okay.
I just think about this for a second.
Yeah, because it's like, I mean, obviously that sounds ridiculous that he was gone for 3 hours.
Maximum, I think he was gone for between 25 and 40 minutes.
Something like that. Okay. If you ever find out the answer from Daniel, just let us know. And again, you know.
Oh, listen. Daniel wants to open this up.
Good.
And he's watching things right now. Like Daniel has verified. He even called. He did quite an interview with Dolly last night, I guess, and I never saw it up until 4 o'clock in the morning or so. and Daniel will talk to you the same as I am right now. If you want me to put him in touch with you, or I'm sure he's probably watching right now. So if Daniel, put it this way, I'm 99% sure Daniel will be in touch, and if he's not, I'll call him and put him in touch with you. And I'm going to tell you, the stuff he'll tell you will blow your mind.
Well, that's just it. So, like, Charmaine has talked to Daniel through text message. He's personally never answered my messenger ever. And the bottom line is of all this, and you know too, Derwood, that this is about Jack and Lily. And the only way to get answers is honestly, just take the lid off the shit. Just tell it. Say what you can. You know, if you can't say certain things, then don't, that are really, if you feel like they're really important to the investigation. But we all know that the RCMP use that same damn ass sentence all day long. Hold it to the vest. Hold it to the vest. But for Daniel, for Daniel, like, I know I flip-flop like a fish, that me and Charmaine have always wanted to believe in Daniel, because he came off as the most truthful versus what's happening. But because of the, you know, obviously when somebody says something different, but anyways, he got upset with us because again, it was about Malaya. And all I ask of Daniel is, Daniel, and if you're listening right now, you know what, the important thing here is Malaya, okay, in life, trust me, young grasshopper, that at the end of the day, this is about Jack and Lily, the kids. So if your fight is for Jack and Lily, right? Malaya, that relationship, that has gone south. That's gone out the window. Trust me. So, put Malaya to the side, because what's important here is Jack and Lily first. And if there's any hope in hell ever with you and Malaya, that will happen. Life is one of those things that we know, right, Derwood, that if it's meant to be, it will be. Everything happens for their purposes. But
I don't think I'm 99% sure Daniel would probably take Malaya back if things ever got straightened out. But Malaya doesn't want anymore. And by the way, Daniel will have to respect that choice. I've made some promises to my family that there'd be no goofing around as far as Malaya being protected and that from Daniel if she's scared of Daniel, which I think she's a little scared of Daniel, but not to the extent. But Malaya's pretty confused. She's very confused.
I think so. I believe so too.
Yeah.
And then,
so like I say, what I want to impress on, and listen.
Go ahead.
If I did
up for a second there. Woo, yeah. Charmaine, I feel like you turned on your camera because you needed to say something. Did you need to say anything at this point?
I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't know that rehashing all this is useful information. Like, what are we, and I'm honestly, I'm not being a smartass. Like, what are we getting at here? Like, I love Derwood's voice and all, I do, but what's the point, please?
The point is that this is the live that we're talking about based upon the thumbnail about Malaya saying that Derwood's story is untrue. And it really becomes about basically the BS of this whole hidden scenario. So it's letting him say his words, what he has said about it. That's what we're doing tonight. Simple as that. Yeah.
So and I'm wondering too, because I mean, you have to put, if we're going to talk about this, then we need to talk about when did his source change? Because do you remember he was very defensive at one point when he came on, and because he was pissed off, we were asking for receipts, and he said, "You want to know what my source is? My source is Janie. There you go. That's my source." And it was like, oh, okay. But now we've heard from Janie, and Janie's story doesn't match what Derwood said at all, so that's not his source. That's why I asked in chat, Daniel, like, did you tell him this shit? Because your mom didn't. Logan might have, I guess, but that's not exactly what she said either. It was like it came from Janie because Janie saw her at the end of the road and all that stuff. But now Janie hasn't backed that up. So it just adds more ambiguity and issues.
Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, Derwood has said a lot when it comes to this case. He obviously got it from somewhere. He did not pull it out of his ass, obviously. And Janie said that when she was talking to Darren, that the light bulb went off, right? Because he had it, I guess, all lined up between, and this is in our opinion, that between Daniel, because where else would Darren get this information from, right? Obviously would have to be firsthand from somebody on the property, and whatever. Bottom line is that, like we have keep constantly saying, Daniel has so many inconsistencies. I don't know if I could stack shit that high personally, because it just keeps building on top of. He's had multiple opportunities to fix any inconsistencies. He chooses not to. He still sits in this live. He doesn't care. I mean, this man has no moral ground whatsoever, because he'll come in here no matter how many times I say to him now, I don't want to listen to his shit. I'm tired of it. And it's because I am. I'm not into his games, okay? This is about, let's just quickly show this again. Well, I guess they were on the screen already. This is about Jack and Lily. That's it. There's nobody else that this live or any other live is more important than Jack and Lily. They're children. They're babies. They don't deserve to have all of this bullshit that keeps coming out. And that's the point, right? So the point of today's live, again, it's basically that Malaya has confirmed that this story by Derwood is untrue. Now, we're going to leave that part at that, okay, guys? I can't offer you anything more than that right now. Okay, simple as that. So I have to, again, like I said with Derwood, keep my word to when I do something. Now he lost his shit, like I said with the channel. Once I was basically, you know, saying a lot of stuff about Daniel and his inconsistencies and his outright, to me, what I deem as lies, right? If you're talking about children missing, why ever would you need to keep pulling teeth from someone, begging, not begging them, because I don't beg anyone, but I poked the bear with Daniel after he started pissing me off. Because, dude, if you have inconsistencies, then either shut the fuck up or get the fuck up and talk about it. But he wasn't doing any of that. And that's when I'm like, you know what? I've been watching you now and I ain't playing your damn ass games. Daniel can say whatever he wants. He can preach to the choir all night long. I'm just not into game playing when it's at the stake of two children that are missing. Who in the hell, who's, that Jack and Lily were underneath yours and Malaya's watch, and Janie was on the property as well, and you want to keep BSing. You want to keep saying all these things. Anyway, Charmaine, that's why we're playing this. This is the point of it, to show what it was that Darren has been saying. Hopefully, get people to understand that Janie's interview, who's probably the most truthful out of anyone speaking for the timeline part, is that what he's saying isn't meshing. So where does it come? Daniel asking for a friend. You can do the call a friend if you want, Daniel. I mean, like I said, we'll listen to you. Okay. If you want to have your truth be told, we will, but you don't want to. And I'm tired of offering it. But still, if you ever wanted to, then you can. It's not about attacking you, Daniel. You're using your own words against yourself. That is clear as day. I'm not the one fucking up your words. You're the one fucking up your own words. Right? I can sit here and play a clip right now where you literally say that you and Malaya got up at the same time and were outside. That's your words. We got, of course, Darren saying, well, Malaya must have snuck out and hid those children, and da-da-da. Like, the story doesn't even make sense. But it's taken this long for Janie's interview to realize, this whole thing is just a bunch of bowl of shit. And you don't even know what the truth is and stuff like that. But it's your own inconsistencies, Daniel, that are doing it to yourself. It's not me. I'm not making Netflix comments. I'm not the one sitting there talking about KFC buckets. I'm not the one, sitting there double talking himself. It's not me doing it. I'm just here to cover a sad, sad case of two missing children that deserve answers. And I'm here to support Belinda because that's the only person that I have talked to, besides Darren, obviously. But I'm telling about, all Belinda wants is answers. Any information she was ever willing to share, I always asked her, Belinda, am I allowed to share this? And she says, absolutely. It's answers for Jack and Lily. They're missing. What do I have to lose? Regardless of what Janie said about to Belinda, stuff like that. Regardless of Janie, it doesn't matter, right? It's two children that are missing. Two children, two beautiful gifts that were blessed to be here. Why the hell are they missing? Why? What truly happened to them? The RCMP don't believe it's an abduction, right? They came off from the start and said there's nothing to prove that. You think that the RCMP are that stupid? No. They haven't found them in the woods. There's no backpack, there's no diaper, there's no nothing. There's no freaking a bear attack. There's nothing. There's nothing. Drones,
You
search.
clarify what's on the screen there for the viewer.
Of course, what is Malaya saying? Nothing, according to Charmaine. I don't even know. Beyond whispers, you're going to have to clarify that question. Don't know. Don't know what that means at all. So if you could just clarify.
Oh, they're saying that according to me, Malaya is saying nothing. I'm saying, but Malaya is not speaking publicly. Sunny has her information. That's
He said publicly.
It's not. Yeah,
That's all
it's
I'm
not
saying.
exactly.
Again, I'm not here to sell anybody bullshit. If you deem it as bullshit, absolutely. It's your right, okay? It's your right not to watch this live. It's your right not to hear this information at all. You don't have to believe me, but this channel, I pride myself on who I am and my decency as a person. And I'm not going to sit there and ever fake. Have I ever faked a thumbnail? Have I ever tried to mislead anyone? Well, the people that watch this channel know that and they understand that. And I'm good with that, right? Now, again, it is what it is. Bottom line is that you guys again saw what the news did to Darren's clip, right? They literally made him look like a clown, is what they did. Now they obviously did that for reasons. Instead of showing anything about his 2.5 hour interview, um, they put that piece in there. You know, the RCMP, in my personal opinion, they're sick of hearing his name. They've heard they heard this bullshit enough, and they're not entertaining it. Now, Darren thinks that they should. Again, I'm not Darren's judge and jury. I ain't anyone's judge and jury. We'll leave that part up to the RCMP. But at the end of the day, the news is not going to report a bunch of speculation that leads them off to United States, that leads them off to barges or a canoe or a freaking, wild ride on the west over here somewhere. It's ridiculous. It never made sense past the point that maybe a day or two went by. It could have made sense that Malaya felt that she was panicked, and then this thunderstorm created. We don't know. All we've ever heard from Malaya is her interview and those 2 times, May 2nd and May 3rd, from Belinda to Malaya. And then about around this time, I think, was when there was the second portion. And that's the one where it's like, Daniel thinks about, basically cares what people think. Why aren't you looking for the children down there, or my kids, Daniel? And basically about the Timu thing, that particular topic on there. Anyways, and why was Malaya hiding the kids or something? And then she said from CPS. So that particular set of things. That's it. That is all Malaya has said. Daniel, he's been the one that's out and about, pretty much, like I said, like a little weasel, little gopher, the whack-a-mole game. Bounce, bounce, bounce to Dolly, bounce to Justin, bounce to whatever channel, bounce here, bounce there, bounce everywhere. But he can't clarify anything to do with Jack and Lily because he's saving that for the news. Possibly the story for Netflix. Those are his own words. His own words on that. But anyways, Jermaine, I do want to continue on because there's I just want it to play out, of course, for everyone, about people that didn't necessarily hear this, to understand now that what you're hearing from Janie and this whole thing is such a fabricated, okay, it is fabrication is what it is. Darren believes in this storyline. I'm sure Daniel has him convinced with certain things, right? In my humble opinion. Janie is probably sitting there going, what the fuck? The heck? Wait, right? All this shit? She probably doesn't even know half the shit that's been said by Darren. Maybe at some, but she obviously listened to some sort of his theory because it clicked with Janie all of a sudden about what exactly happened that day. And I think that Janie just bought into it as well. It's her son. Her son's not going to lie, of course. Well, she knows that he's going to lie at some points in his life, but she's not going to believe her son had anything to do with the disappearance of Lily and Jack and stuff like that. So she's going to be the protective mama bear when it comes to that stuff. But I don't even think that Janie has heard all the contradictories of her own son, right? Daniel? Asking for a friend. Right, Daniel? But anyways, Daniel can do whatever he wants.
Chelsea brings up a good point. It's perfectly possible that this is not the real Daniel, but it is his real YouTube channel, so we have no reason to believe it's not. But unless he calls in and uses his voice to confirm, you're perfectly right. Maybe it's somebody else using his account. And maybe maybe that is by design. Like, we can go so many different ways with that accusation because Daniel won't confirm any of it. He just won't.
Well,
He answered, he said earlier while Sonny was talking that he answers questions in chat, but he answers questions he wants to answer in chat. I don't know how many questions I've asked him in other people's live streams and crickets, nothing.
right, Daniel.
And I
Did
mean,
you
I don't want to ask him any questions outside of the things that he has said and contradicted himself. I don't need any other information from him. So he just won't answer. I don't know what to do. I'm trying.
You know, I can't stand this type of stupidity. I can't stand this type of stupidity that's on the screen in front of me right now. You have asked him to answer questions and he's been speaking, but it's not what you want to hear. Yeah, because I'm such a moron. I'm such a moron that how long have you been playing these games now, Daniel? That I'm sick and tired of listening to you myself? Oh no, beyond the whispers. Don't misunderstand me. Anything that Daniel says, we'll screenshot. We'll play it against him if it's contradictory to what he said. So your comment is of ignorance to me, to be honest with you, because it's not that because I don't want to hear. That's ridiculous to say that. Okay, sorry if I'm going off on you right now, but I really hate that type of stupidity. When someone says something like that to me, as if you got my brain cells and you're thinking for me. It's not about that. Okay, we've listened to Daniel play games over and over. I'm personally tired of the bullshit. Okay? If you want to listen to whatever questions he has and answers in that, absolutely, go right ahead. Okay? Again, I wasn't born off a freaking turnip truck, right? I wasn't born yesterday. I'm very much wise to people behaviors and about how you have to do things. Now, I might not be the softest person when people piss me off. Why? Because I don't have to defend myself besides to myself. I know who I am as a person. I know how much I care about kids. I know how much I see through people and their bullshit. We wanted to believe Daniel at the beginning, but Daniel has made no attempts to ever fix his contradictions. So grow yourself a couple brain cells. Sorry about being a little rough on you, but I'm really sick and tired of stupid things like this being said, and it has nothing at all to do with it. Those are your words that you're trying to perceive me. I'm not trying to perceive you, but you're trying to perceive me. So anyways, that's all I got to say to you. Even if you're mad at me, I don't really care, to be honest with you. Sick and tired. This isn't about Daniel. This isn't about Malaya. We're talking about it, right? We're talking about Darren's thing. It's about Jack and Lily. It's about Jack and Lily. So why is it so hard beyond the whispers for the truth of a timeline to come out when it's about Jack and Lily? And I don't care if it's from Malaya's side, Daniel's side, Janie's side. People just want to understand truth. And whenever there's not truth happening, ask yourself why. Why? Why would anyone want to lie when two children are missing? You just simply want a timeline at best, right? Nothing in depth, but just make the timeline make sense. This is exactly what happens when people aren't being truthful or they're not speaking out. Then it turns into a three-ring circus because everyone's speculating about everything. But Daniel, that man does not know how to shut his mouth. Good. Great. Let him keep saying stuff. Again, if he contradicts himself, then those are his own words being used against him. I ain't here to kiss anybody's ass, okay? It's about Jack and Lily first and foremost. And I have brain cells and I know how to use them. Thank you so much. Okay? Whew. Yeah, I'm good, guys. Okay? You guys know that I never get upset, really. I get upset that people are basically, you don't fuck with cats, you don't fuck with children, right? When children are involved, these are innocent children. They deserve answers. The family that cares about these children deserve answers. They deserve answers. So I encourage any family member, if you're tired of waiting and you want to speak up, be heard. Simple as that. The truth will come out eventually. It will. Might not be tomorrow, might not be next month. But Daniel, if you're going to keep talking, make it make sense. Make your inconsistencies make sense. They don't. I'm going to keep playing this out, guys. I'm so far behind. But anyways, if you guys haven't hit that like button again, please do it for Jack and Lily, right? Never for the sake of the channel. It's always for the sake of the missing and the murdered. In this case, it's Jack and Lily. That's what we want. We want people to have attention to this case. We want to keep it alive. We want to keep the awareness out there. Belinda has asked that. And that's exactly what I always intend to do, regardless, because it's always about the victims first and foremost. As for the other stuff, again, that's just a lot of side noise. But if the family's speaking, no matter what they're saying, you should listen. You should listen. Okay, I want to go back to that now. See, I don't even, like, this live was like a month ago. It was a different time when Darren was actually like being nice to the channel. But then he didn't like what I was saying about Daniel. And not because I wasn't buying into his narrative, then he went off the rails on me again. And then he just started attacking, right? And then I just got tired of his bullshit too, to be honest. I gave him a leash. I gave him, the opportunity to say sorry. But now he's too stubborn. Stubborn old man, that's what he is. But that's okay. I got big shoulders and I move on. It's about Jack and Lily. Okay, let's see. Oh, sorry.
Going to have to be dealt with, but that'll have to be dealt with as far way out of my hands, and that'll have to be dealt with as far as I'm concerned after we get Jack and Lily sitting at the goddamn table eating ice cream.
Absolutely.
And I either want them sitting at the table eating ice cream, or I want a box full of their bones, one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And until that happens, then this is not settled. And so as far as I'm sorry, and if Malaya's watching this, Malaya, you can trust me. All I want to do is help you. All I really want to do is help you. And because I know how you could get to the point of where you were at. And I know, as far as I'm concerned, it was just a little series of bad snap decisions. That's all she did. So she's not guilty of any big, huge crime.
Right.
She's guilty of getting confused and insecure and just making a bad decision with people yapping in her face and stuff like that. So I really love people to understand that both of them are human, very human, and neither one of them is a bad person. So
right.
That's what I see. But like you said, the focus is on, I want Jack and Lily, and I don't. Yeah. Now, when this first started off, make no doubt about it, I would have strung Daniel the fuck up so quick it would have made your head spin.
Yeah, I know you would have.
If it was him that hurt those kids, he was gonna. And his own family, listen, his uncles and them guys out there, the Mackenzie boys,
mm-hmm.
They love their kids. If Daniel hurt those kids, nobody else would have had to punish Daniel because his own family would have. They will not put up with that shit. So
you can see in his other relationship, though, that, he always had a kid in his arm in many of those pictures. Myself,
Yep.
To be, like I said, so, for me, this was, like my job flip-flopped, but I remember watching Sloan Bella, and Daniel had given us puzzle pieces in a sense. And when I listened to Sloan Bella, her line is just like what you were saying. And I was like, oh my, I do have to stop this right here to give preview. Actually, I don't even know that I even want to hear this part. So this is where, you guys, I had watched Sloan Bella, one of the few people that I do watch that's a psychic medium or whatever. From everything that Darren was saying, how it was looking, I was like, well, damn, I think she hit the nail on the head. She basically, and some people think that this is where they got it from, because I did share it with Daniel. But anyways, so it was almost like listening to everything that Darren said is kind of how it seemed to be happening. I'm like, well, shit, maybe this is true. Yeah. So I'm thinking that, okay, maybe this is plausible. Maybe the children are hidden. It's a far-fetched, but whatever. Sloan Bella, she's saying a lot of stuff, right? That is kind of in line with what's being put out there. And so I was like, okay, maybe there's truth to this. Who wouldn't want to think for 1 second that the children are hidden and that they're still alive. Who wouldn't want that here? Everyone would want that. Not maybe the story gets crazy ass, but and again, I don't think for one second that Darren doesn't care about Jack and Lily and the truth. I just think that he got, uh, what do you want to say, caboodled into believing Daniel's truth, in my opinion. And yeah. And so everyone wanted to believe that this was plausible. Everyone. Who wouldn't, right, Charmaine? Who wouldn't want these two children to be hidden and that the RCMP are going to find out where they are? You know, it's the best case scenario. It's better than the worst case scenario, which is the typical scenario on there. So that's where I'm at in this part of the live. Thinking, okay, all right, well, a lot of the shit that's coming out is being said. Anyways, we'll listen to it if you guys want to. If not, I'll fast forward. Do you want to listen to that part? Because you guys can go watch this live from the 19th. Because it really is just me talking about, well, I'll play it. You know what? Let's just be fair. I'll play it. Oh my God, like that's it. That's exactly what happened, and stuff like that. But then again, I've been flip flopping because I'm like, as much as I always keep wanting to believe Daniel because, I keep looking for the genuineness of it all. But, so again, just for Daniel, if you are watching, Daniel, just speak your truth, dude. If you want to come up here and talk with us.
The problem with me calling Daniel is there's no phone reception right in his area. Like when he wants to call me, he has to jump in his rig and come a couple miles down the road to a hilltop field to get phone reception, right?
How far do you live from him, approximately?
Oh, I don't know.
Like, are you talking about
a little less than 20 minutes, maybe?
Well, he can come over to your section and get some Wi-Fi over there. Then, now, what I wanted to do, can you hear me still, Derwood?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be amazing you here now. I can listen instead of talking.
No. Please trust me. Everyone, they want to listen to you, but I do want to ask you, or I do want to say something for Malaya. For Malaya personally, I say this. If this was something that went wrong, that went south, Malaya, honestly, just end it. Take accountability for it, and deal with before it gets any worse, and stuff like that on you. Just
exactly. Malaya I think Malaya herself thinks in her mind, she thinks she's guilty of some big crime. And if it came out, if it actually came out and the circumstances were explained, it's a lot more understandable. If it,
True.
And like I said, on the internet, everybody jumped so hard right off the start. Oh, Jesus, the kids were abducted. They were sold for a dope bill. They've been sold for sex. It just railroaded so fast on her and Daniel. Like Daniel was scared shitless too at the start of this, man. He was spitting and sputtering and crying. He didn't know what the Christ to do. And I don't know. I don't know how I got lucky enough for him to trust me, because I got two young fellas. One fella spoke to saying, and him and Daniel are friends. Matter of fact, they spent a little time together this evening. And by the way, the cops cleared Daniel, but they're still all over him. And the bastards are even on me quite a little bit.
Yeah.
And now one more point I want to make, and I'll hang whatever questions you want to ask me. Go ahead. I really appreciate the way of your ability to have understanding conversation. And but one more thing I want to say is now I forgot what I just wanted to say.
I don't know. Geez. I wish I could help you out there. Ken, did you know what he wanted to say?
Yeah, somebody tell me what I wanted to say, will you?
You guys in chat. It's like I was listening, and the minute you asked what you were saying, it was like, wait a second, freaking, because you were saying, you basically were saying that, basically, thank you for, I know that you said thank you for, basically listening and stuff like that. But
like, I think you've been through a little bit in your life too, and I think you have an understanding of how some things you can't control in your life and some things you have to adjust to. And like either both Daniel and Malaya, they haven't had it very easy. And everybody will come out of this a lot better we'll come out of this a lot better if we kindly support these two kids. And they've made their mistakes. And if anybody here can tell me they haven't made a bad mistake and they're over 15 years old, there's something wrong with you.
Right.
So Jesus Christ, understand in this situation, and like I said, if these kids were hurt or murdered or anything like that or sexually abused, I'd be the first one to take a baseball bat or some kind of tool and straighten things out if the cops didn't. I know what I wanted to say now.
Go ahead.
So don't think that I wouldn't very quickly punish somebody for one of these crimes that everybody's been blaming on them. But none of that applies here. None of that applies at all. Now, what I want to say, I think the RCMP just proved my point about a bunch of goddamn clowns there in their circus act. This thing's been going on, 6.5 weeks now? Now, you explain to me why all of a sudden, after 6.5 weeks, they got to put out $150,000 goddamn incentive for the public to solve their case for them.
Yeah.
That pisses me off royally.
Yeah.
This should have been solved in 2 or 3 days.
You would think. You would have thought,
Yep.
right? Yeah.
Yep.
Now, the one thing I do want to say, because I don't ask kiss, so don't think I'm ask kiss in here, because I don't ask kiss anybody. But I do want to say that I can tell with you, Derwood, that meaning you're a logical thinker. You're looking at all ends of this case, and you know, doing your own sleuthing and whatever. Right? It's kind of like myself, I think, and Charmaine and others like Kent here. You know, you think logically, common sense, and then you're looking for where the truth lies. And so you're looking to see that, Daniel, you're verifying some facts of his, finding out that it seems like he's telling the truth, and that this is a case where Malaya has done something, that went sideways, and right. And that honestly, and so I do see that in you, right? Obviously, you're not some dumbass. That's just.
Well, no, I'm not too bright. I'm extending myself pretty hard on
No,
this.
no.
Usually, I just wanted to sit around and mushroom or whatever you want to call it. I don't like exercising my brain because it has been exercised too much. I like to keep it simple.
Sitting around a mushroom. I have to stop for a minute. You guys, I'm seeing some things being said in the chat. Okay, we don't know what happened from those pictures. We don't know if it was a Tonka truck and Lily did something or not. We don't know about what happened.
But that's what Daniel said, though. That's what Daniel said.
Well, he said about Lily getting hit Jack getting hit by Lily with a truck, right? Right. That's what he said. But that's what Daniel said. But Daniel said a lot of stuff. Regardless, we don't know the answers. Please do not outright accuse someone of having anything to do with unaliving Jack and Lily and stuff like that. No one has been charged. That's being very reckless. In your opinion, you can state your speculation if you'd like. But do not sit there and accuse Daniel or anybody else or Malaya that they took the lives of Jack and Lily when we don't know. If we knew those answers, right, they would have been arrested by now or right at this moment. But the RCMP have a job to do, and their answer is to build a case if there is a solid case and they had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. That will come out again by RCMP. But we have to be very, regardless how we feel, right? Or regardless what we think, just in your opinion. But don't outright sit there and say that somebody did something to Jack and Lily. We don't know either about the pictures, in a sense. We were, Belinda had talked about them on the live. A reporter had shown her the pictures. But again, we don't know the truth. Whether Daniel's telling the truth here, whether he's not. Okay? That's again. When it comes to stuff like that, CPS, I'm not a big fan of overly talking about stuff with CPS stuff. I'm just not a fan of it, to be honest with you. I don't like the thought of any children ever being hurt or there's a situation at home. Obviously, Daniel or Malaya or whatever were not arrested, right? So Maybe Daniel's telling the truth here. Maybe he isn't. Don't know. Just tone that stuff down, okay? I'm not gonna. I don't really want to. When people talk about that part of the case, I really don't want to put those kind of comments up here. Um, it's just my way. Again, I heard about this a while back. Totally kind of forgot about it till Belinda had brought that up. And why? Because it's a very touchy subject when it comes to that. And I don't know what's going on. Just like for sure, I don't know what happened exactly with Malaya and CPS and Meadow and stuff like that. So I don't overly like talking about that stuff because I don't know the answers. I don't have anything to verify it besides somebody saying that this is what happened. So then it just becomes speculation. Okay, now, Charmaine, did you have any? There's.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
have to go here soon.
Yep. I'm at go ahead, Charmaine, if you want to say something and then go. It's up to you. I got about uh I was trying to keep this under 2 hours, but I'm at the point now where I want people to hear what Darren said for Daniel about the pink blanket and the sweaters and stuff like that. And then I was going to talk about, of course, Janie's timeline. So, um, if you need to go now, feel free. If not, or how much longer do you got?
Yeah, yeah.
Say it
I'm
again.
gonna go. I'll be in. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'll be in chat, but just people in chat. If somebody is bothering you or you don't agree with them, we're adults. You can keep scrolling or block them. Let's not engage in useless back and forth. That's just gonna piss you off and it's gonna affect your own mental health. Nobody is worth it. Okay, put it that way. Just move along. Listen to the live if you want the information. If you don't, move along. I heard Dolly's live, but be nice to each other. And if you can't, just block each other. And
Yep.
Daniel, clear it up. Just clear it up. I'll just keep saying it. Clear it up. Call Kent. He's waiting.
Oh, yeah. Call Kent. Talk to Dolly.
Cindy, I will talk to you. I will talk to you after this live. Okay.
Okay, doke. All
Bye,
right. Thanks,
everybody.
Shemaine. Love you. Bye bye.
Love you. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay. We'll go there now. Okay. I'm just gonna hit play. You guys, I know there's a lot of things going on, you guys, but you guys are saying a lot in chat, and because Charmaine, as we're listening to this, I don't mind putting up some comments in that. Hi, 1111. Sonny Daniel is claiming Lily gave a black eye on Wednesday. Is that what he's claiming on that one? With a Tonka truck or something like that. Again, we don't know if that's true or not, right? We're not going to see the paperwork for that. Same within Sebastian Rogers' case. So the truth will come out. That's all I care about, is that Jack and Lily's truth will come out, and this circus stop and truth just comes out. It's not hard. I, to me, you never fuck with kids at all. They're innocent. They're gifts. It's just pathetic that we even have to be covering any case dealing with kids, but it happens. This is a strange case, but it only has gotten stranger, by the minute, by the day, by the week, and it keeps getting Looney Tunes. Okay, it's like a fucking Beverly Hills showdown going on, and it's just like, why, right? And you know who's making the biggest joke out of this, right? In a sense, to me, in my opinion, not not so much Darren. He's done his, you know, he's doing damage for sure by spewing stuff that's not true. It's his truth, but it's not the truth. And we can see that by a timeline. And so his timeline has very much been embellished to what Janie has said. So where is this coming from, Danielle? But Danielle, your inconsistencies are truly because you're the stepfather that was on the property. Darren wasn't. Janie wasn't in charge of those kids. You and Malaya were. And you're the one that keeps speaking out all the time. But you're doing yourself no favors at all. So if anyone's making a mockery of this case, you're doing it to yourself, and you won't ever clear it up. And I don't care about that. RCMP, again, if you have anything to do with it, that's for them to say. If Malaya and both of you had anything to do with this, that's for them to say. Maybe one day Malaya will come speak her truth, maybe not. At the end of the day, we're just going with the information that we have. But one thing that I can say that we have is that we can't believe anybody at this point. We just have to keep the awareness, focus on Jack and Lily, and just try to understand a timeline that you can't make sense of. You can start by 4 p.m. On the Thursday, right? Remember PD Day, Cody Day on Wednesday. Called into school sick at 6:17, according to Daniel, on the Thursday, and 6:18 on the Friday. And he said that Malaya is the one that called in, and he says he has emails on his phone to prove it, but usually then that's because you used an app and you get an email back, or unless he had the school forward him, something to his phone. Again, you know, bottom line is it's about Jack and Lily. I don't care about your and Malaya's relationship. I don't. Because I'm not here for your relationship issues that you had or didn't. Obviously, I'll be very empathetic, to situations regardless, but I'm not here to sit here and give therapy or talk about, all these ins and out of the relationship. It's about a timeline for Jack and Lily, what happened, so that people can make sense amongst the bullshit. That's all. That's all people want. They want to know what happened to Jack and Lily. So why the hell is this game playing going on? Why are you refusing to not ever talk to a YouTuber, and you're going to use the platform to use it, to think that you're going to use me to your advantage? Go fly a kite, because you're not going to use me to your advantage, because I'm too smart for that shit. But if you want to play your game and keep playing it, go right ahead. I see right through this, and there's no reason at all that somebody would not want to clarify any inconsistencies if you're so innocent. But hey, again, I'm not your judge. I'm not your juror. I'm not your mother. If I was, I'd freaking pull your ass by your ear, force you to tell the truth, because at the end of the day, Jack and Lily are missing, right? But hey, is what it is, isn't it? But anyway, so now we're going to get into the part where Darren starts talking, or let me put it this way. He starts explaining for Daniel. According to Darren, it's third party. It's not coming out of Daniel's mouth, but Darren is saying that, Daniel has said these things to him. And this is about the pink blanket, the sweater, the water bottle, all that stuff. And this is where it gets ridiculous to me. That somebody has to keep saying that they didn't do this. I lied about this. When 2 children are missing. So we'll play. It's got about, you guys, we got about 6 minutes left of this, okay?
So that's about. I think I probably said enough on that.
No.
And I'm sure there's somebody else might want to talk to you, so you can kick me off anytime you want. Yeah, but I don't know if there's any other questions I can answer for you or not. There's another little tidbit I can tell you.
What?
Man, you should listen to what Daniel says about the blanket thing that got turned up on the side of the road.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that, please. Because, yeah.
That blanket, out there, they only get garbage. They only get garbage removal like something about once a week, and sometimes not for 2 weeks. So the story is unconfirmed by me, but told to me by somebody who's been telling me the truth over and over and over. So the blanket thing was one of the kids' blankets, but it was pretty bad shape, so they decided to throw it in the garbage. So they got a garbage bin inside the house there, so there was some stuff in the garbage bag, and that blanket was one of the things that was stuffed in the garbage bag. So anyway, Daniel noticed after the kids were gone missing that somebody had gotten into the garbage bag and ripped the garbage bag and went to pull that blanket out of it, but the blanket was rotten, and that's why there's only a piece of blanket. That blanket ended up the road hanging from a tree, and it wasn't there for the first day. Actually, it wasn't there for the first. It never showed up, I don't believe, until the second day on the side of the road. Because don't forget, Daniel's got family that lives up the dirt road, and they travel back and forth. And they said they never saw that. They would have seen the blanket, part of the blanket sticking in the tree. It's like a sore thumb out there.
Right.
And then the Bootprint. I want to say this. Do you know who found the blanket? The blanket piece in the tree?
We just heard that it was family that took them there.
That's right. Malaya's friends and family.
Malaya's.
Do you know who found the Bootprint up on the pipeline?
Malaya's friends and family?
Malaya's friends and family. They all the evidence except for one little thing. That the only thing the searchers found, and I'm pretty sure now some searcher might come on here and say, no, I'm full of shit that they did find something else, but I don't think so. And there was some stuff went missing out of the trailer Daniel checked on too, and he reported this to the Mounties because what he was scared of, that somebody took this stuff, because he was sure somebody planted this evidence.
Right.
And there was some other stuff missing of his, and he was sure that that somebody was going to try to blame him to make it look like an abduction and that he did it down the line. So he reported this to the Mounties right off the start to protect. And it was a smart move on his behalf.
Yeah.
He had 2 sweaters, a water bottle, and something else were taken out of his.
What was it about those sweaters? Because obviously when people listen to it, it was something like, well, if there's 2 sweat like that. I mean, obviously he was typing in Dolly yesterday and stuff like that, but he's mentioned something about these 2 sweaters, and it's like, well, if they're found with the kids, it almost came across like I didn't have anything to do with it. She took them with her. So what is it about those 2 sweaters?
Well, that's what he was worried about, that these people, like, they took the blanket, they took the part of the blanket out and set that up to make it look like an abduction down the road. They took the Bootprint, they set the Bootprint up on the pipeline to make it look like the kids were in the woods. So they were sort of splitting things up. And there was another couple little things that they found. Now the searchers were all through there and they never found this stuff. But all of a sudden, Malaya's half-sister found most of it. Matter of fact, I believe it was Malaya's sister found everything. I think she found the half-sister. I think she found the blanket hanging in the tree. She found the Bootprint up on the pipeline. And I mean, one Bootprint up by itself up on a pipeline. And I don't even think it was the right size for the kids, from what Daniel tells me. And initially, Daniel denied that was the blanket because he was panicking too. He thought, holy jeez, that makes it look like I abducted the kids. So I'm going to say that it wasn't the blanket. But now, he's... Yeah,
because... Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And now he's worried about... He was worried about when he found the 2 sweaters and a water bottle, and I believe there was something else, 1 or 2 things. There was 3 or 4 items missing out of his house, right at that time. And he was sure the same people that were sort of planting this evidence were going to set that stuff up for later on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
And he reported that the first day.
Okay.
So the Mounties had a record of that, and what he was hoping too, and I'm sure the Mounties were hoping, was that when this stuff turned up, they already knew that it was missing, so that would have probably given them a lead on who put it there. So it was a smart move on Daniel's behalf, and it made him look guilty. It made him look stupid. Like you just said, a lot of people didn't understand. He wasn't explaining it very clearly as to why what he was talking about in the 2 sweaters a few times in the water bottle.
Right.
But once you talk to him and you get it, you listen to him. And once Daniel relaxes with you, the more you're with him, the more he relaxes and he chills out and he's easier.
Whew, that was a lot to listen to again. There was no more past that part that really needed to be heard. You guys want to watch that one? It's from June 19th, that live. Darren spoke on a lot of lives, but the whole point about this is, about this live today, okay? It's about the absurdity of it all. And so I'm going to say this again for maybe people that did not hear. I'm not showing a receipt of the fact that Malaya confirms that this story is untrue. I'm not here to deceive you guys. Just because Malaya is not talking publicly doesn't mean she's not talking, okay? So again, I'm just here to search for the truth. If there's a point in time that I will offer a receipt, I will. At this moment, I didn't ask for one because I didn't need to. For me personally, this was all I was going to say about it, was simply that one sentence, that Malaya confirms that Derwood's story is untrue. Okay? You can think about that what you want. I know how the internet works that way. Again, not here to sell you bullshit, not here to try to make you believe in fairy tales. I'm here because of Jack and Lily. That's what I care about first and foremost. Any of the family members will come beside that when they're speaking. Again, their words are their own words. Anything I do when it comes to talking about a timeline is based on their own words. Whether it's true or not, it's their own words. Kind of like what I keep saying to Daniel. He can sit there and say whatever he wants in the chat and stuff like that. Doesn't mean it's true. He's had too many inconsistencies. He could have cleared it up, right? We've talked about this. Although you want a fairy tale? Well, once upon a time, there was this person, and we'll hypothetically call him Danielle. And Danielle obviously didn't want to ever tell the truth. And the story will be continuous and, turn into the land of make believe over and over and over again until the real truth actually comes out. Again, this is like ridiculous that we're at a point that we're talking about 2 kids missing. It's turning into a joke. It's turning into drama. People will attack me. Don't give a shit. Remember that. I don't give a shit. Right? If people want to bash me behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, right to my face, go right ahead. Do not care. 0 care level given for that stuff. I'm here for a purpose. The purpose is Jack and Lily, to bring awareness and to bring out truth. So far, we don't know what the truth is at all. But the point is that Janie did an interview, and we're just going to watch that in a minute, and we're going to go through it. Again, yes, because there's no way, based on their own words, that Malaya could have put these children in a vehicle. And it's ridiculous, this preposterity that somehow they're freaking in some cargo box headed somewhere amongst Canada or the United States. And as you can see by what Janie said, this is just a freaking out of orbit kind of vibe going on here. This is, you guys, come on now. True crime. Okay, this is not my first time at the rodeo. A lot of people that are from Canada, maybe this is the one case that you've been following, okay? Again, there's a consistency typically to what happens in cases like this. And it's usually when, if there's no abduction and they're not in the woods, you always, regardless, look to the family first. Who was ever on that property, they start at the beginning, they work in to go out. It's that simple, right? Now, we don't know what the RCMP has or doesn't have. Daniel can tell you all day long that the detectives, they're buddy-buddy with him, basically, right? I'm just going to use that word loosely, but pretty much that they give him information. Janie says, we haven't spoken to them in 3 weeks to almost a month. Well, Daniel says he's every 3 days. Again, if Daniel believes his own words, so be it. We don't know. All I know is I don't trust Daniel as far as I could throw him, and I could probably throw him pretty far at this point. And I just don't buy when people are lying about when children are missing. There's no excuse in the world to me that could ever justify lying that you want these children back and you're having so many inconsistencies in your own story. You can't really speak for Malaya because she's only put out an interview, yet and 2 things to Belinda, right? However you want to look at it, these children disappeared regardless underneath Daniel's and Malaya's watch. That is true. After that, what becomes true? We don't know. Why? Because every time we hear something, the story changes. And the story's changing because of Daniel, because of Darren, and then we hear Janie speak. And we can tell that this is way off course because I think Janie knows, like, Darren's saying that this is her statement. So if Janie gave this whole embellished statement to the RCMP, well, they're not dumbasses. They certainly ain't dumbasses, right? So if they want to play games, The RCMP is so much looking up their asses, it's not even funny still. Daniel's, right? If Malaya, what's ever going on that side, Janie's, right? We're just YouTubers covering a case, looking for information of what happened to Jack and Lily. There are some people that have really shitty channels out there that do a lot of accusations, but no, they're not even accusations. They're literally calling them out as if Daniel or Malaya had literally done something without any sort of arrest, no knowledge of the truth. But we certainly can have speculation because this story stinks. So, anyways, this part was wanting to be played. Why am I playing this? Again, because of the title. Malaya confirms that Darren's story is untrue. I know you guys want to hear more. I want to hear more. Don't get me wrong. I just want the truth. I seek the truth. Why should I or any other content creator have to sit there and try to get a family member to speak the truth? They're supposed to be Jack and Lily's voices. We're just there because we care. We care about Jack and Lily. We care about this case. And we want answers. In the midst of this bullshit, where's the truth? Why is there even bullshit? It shouldn't be this way. It's 2 children you're talking about. It's so disgusting to me. It does. So that's the only part. There's not one person in chat, not one person outside of chat that can ever set me off, actually. Go to my husband. Hey, husband, how you doing? Yeah, you're almost ready to come to bed there, husband? Da-da-da-da-da. You know? Okay. But my mind is always on Jack and Lily, just like Belinda's, just like any other family member that wants to know answers to this case. Where's Jack and Lily? Everyone wishes that they'll be alive, but that's a very unlikely scenario, to be honest with you. It's very unlikely. It's not probable. Facts are the facts of cases. It's very unlikely, but everyone wants to try to believe in Darren's story because everyone wants to believe that Jack and Lily are going to be found and that they're going to be just fine, I suppose, right? And everyone, right. Let's quickly talk about something else before we get into Janie's video. Okay, so yes, some of you guys have now seen a couple of videos with Jack and Lily in them, and you see them obviously with Wade. Darren said the name. They're putting it out there. Absolutely. Okay. It was one of those things. I had those things last night. I wasn't about to play them, to be honest with you myself, because again, don't you think enough people, in a sense, the people that were actually on the property, and then this is just adding another fuel to the fire of inserting now Wade. And so some people were so stupid, and then there's the smart ones out there, that they think that somehow that Lily and Jack, because that was posted on May 3rd, that somehow that they were being hidden, just like Darren said, right? They were being hidden on May 3rd. Those were just him posting them. Obviously, why? Because they're missing. So he's putting them to the forefront and posting them for May 3rd. But yet, of course, they were created. I'm not even sure when, but where. It's not that they were hiding them at Cindy Murray's house. So grab yourself some brain cells in case you guys don't understand that. Is that if I was to post a video right now from those same ones, it would say today's date on it. Do you think I'm harboring the kids? Right? So just kind of, please, guys, use common sense when it comes to this, right? Just use common sense. But that just feeds fuel into the fire because you're going to have those creators that are going to be like, shocking thumbnail. The kids were at Cindy Murray's the day after. Crock of shit. Again, but that's what people do, whether it's for clicks and views, whether it's just plain stupidity. That's totally on you, to be honest with you. Just asking you guys, if you haven't seen them yet, you do see them out there. No, they were just posted on May 3rd. Why? memories of Jack and Lily, and of course, you know, they're missing. Simple as that. Okay, so I'm just going to get into this last thing here, which is the interview with Janie. And we're going to say, and I'm going to go over again why this is, bogus timelines. Okay, guys? But we just want to keep it real. We want to keep this focused on Jack and Lily and call bullshit when it's there. And, and if it's not there and if it's truth and it can be proven that it's truth, then so be it. That's all we wanted. That's all we wanted. That's all we want. Okay, so obviously the news lady here is at the 1407 on Gairloch Road. That's been public knowledge out of the news for a long time now about where Daniel and Malaya and Janie reside. It has been clarified many times that Justin did not live on this property by the news reporter as well. I know is the family saying that as well. We can only go by that information as well. And hey, you know what? Justin has never spoken out. Justin Martell, that is. Again, for whatever reasons he has, just like it took Janie over 2 months to do this. Sometimes, whether we agree with it or not, sometimes it's just when the timing is right for some people.
That Jack and Lily would have.
That Jack and Lily came out of.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock, I get up, come over here, fed my chickens. My brother, Ron, called me at 8:48 and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily. I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know, I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing.
I'm going to pause that there. I mean, since this live is a lot about what Darren was saying, and about the fact that Malaya is saying that this scenario theory is confirmed, that she said that it's untrue, okay? Take that for what it's worth. It's up to you guys. You guys can obviously see where the end of that driveway is. Daniel Martell is at the end with, I don't know if it's a relative. I don't know who that is. I'm not even going to speculate because I would literally have to care. What I care about is she's saying where Malaya is standing. It's totally different than, of course, Darren, because Darren had it that she was at the end of the driveway with her phone. Darren had it multiple different times. The whole story from what Janie is saying is quite different. Janie's not saying it. Maybe because, I don't know, maybe because when you're in front of a camera and you're facing, hundreds of thousands of people watching, maybe you just literally want to actually say what perhaps you know. Now, Belinda has said, I want to repeat this again. Belinda has said that Janie did say she was filling potholes, not this raking of the ground. Janie also said, Belinda also said, what was the other one? Shoot, why is that one eluding my brain all of a sudden? Oh, about the shushing. The shushing. Now, Belinda had said that Janie had said in the telephone conversation that she said she heard Malaya shushing the kids. Again, so those are inconsistencies right there. Who am I going to believe out of all this? I'm going to believe Belinda, because these people live on the property. No matter what, they are considered, whatever you want to call them, suspects, whatever. They're involved in the case regardless. They're underneath Daniel's and Malaya's watch. They're underneath, or Janie lives on the property besides the other kids, and a dog. I wish the chickens could talk. I wish the dog could talk. I think that they would have a lot more to say about the truth, to be honest with you. But anyways, if anyone probably is telling the most truth out of all of this, it's certainly not Derwood, Darren, who wasn't even on the property, and he's hearing words between Janie and Daniel. And I'm going to, in my opinion, believe that a lot of it was from Daniel. And then next thing you know, like I said, it just seemed like he got so biased, and it didn't become about Lily and Jack anymore, that he believed in his own version of what happened by him putting it together like a private investigator, just putting it all together, and then he drew a conclusion. I've never drawn a conclusion. I fight for Jack and Lily. That's it. That's it. Okay? Whatever stories Malaya, Daniel, Jenny want to tell, either or, they're inconsistent. They don't match. Now, Jamie's could be mostly true, but why would we know that? Because Daniel's are totally different. So she's about to say where Malaya was standing. So again, Daniel, out of his own mouth, on the interview says that, well, both of them actually, Malaya and Daniel, both try to tell that same thing, that they just woke up. They asked each other, do you hear the kids? And while one says tell, the other says ask. Gotta have to be correct on when I'm saying that, because that's what was said. And then, obviously, let's get up. Now, Malaya sends a text message to Belinda saying that the kids disappeared or were last heard in the other room between 8 and 8:30. Okay? On the scanner radio, they use 8 o'clock. Why? If they're told 8 o'clock to 8:30, they're going to use 8 o'clock. Hence why the search went out 6 kilometers, which was absolutely absurd. But, right, because how far can a 6 and 4-year-old get in 20 minutes, first of all? 20 minutes time, people, that these children. But let's go back to Malaya. So Daniel says that they came out together. That he starts, YOLO, Jack, Lily, right? That his mom comes out of the camper, and that he's searching around, and that his mom says that Malaya has this look of as if she had done something wrong, right? So Janie says 10 minutes. I heard Daniel screaming, 10 damn ass minutes? It took you 10 damn ass minutes to keep hearing Jack and Lily before you decided to come out of your camper? No offense, but 10 damn ass minutes? Bet you any money it wasn't 10 damn ass minutes. Bet you any money it was a few minutes, like what was said. So Jack, Lily, he says Daniel, in one of his versions, he says that he ran up to the woods. Hold on. Wait a second. What? You immediately got in your vehicle. That's what you said as well. Wait a second. Malaya asks you if she should call 911, and you're like, fuck yeah. I mean, the kids are missing. The other version is you come out of the woods and Malaya's already on the phone. The third version is that Malaya asks you if you should call 911, and you're just like, just a second. Let me just go run up into the woods. 30 seconds. Janie makes the comments. You can see and hear them when they're up there, right? In that thing. But she puts on her boots and she goes up to that same spot that Daniel just come from. They didn't bypass each other, huh? But anyways, it's so absurd to believe that, well, Daniel, according to his own words, and Malaya, that somehow, Darren, how is Daniel magically sleeping? Was it a magic pill, a magic mushroom from the freaking forest there? How is that possible? Well, it's not. Because Daniel, in his own words, Darren says that him and Malaya came out at the same time. And that Malaya was, while he was searching, like a chicken with his head cut off, that Malaya was just emotionless, looking at her phone, doing nothing, no sort of sense of sadness, crying, and there's Janie, caught Malaya right here, right in front of my trailer. That's a hell of a lot different than the end of the driveway with her phone. Okay? So again, we're using their own words against them. All right? No, she said she was just a friend. I'm not even sure what you're talking about there. It's a magic mouth. It's a magic mouth, eh? Well, that's speculation, guys. I'm just going by their own words here of how they're talking about this situation. Daniel's words, Janie's words, anything Malaya has said about the kids last being seen at 9:40. She didn't say she called 911. So again, why did Daniel say that Malaya's 10 o'clock time was false when her family sent the 10:01 call to 911, right? So why would Daniel make that statement, right? Why would he make that statement to Charmaine that the 10:08 because it was off by 1 minute? The shock of it all, the horror, 1 minute off. So now Malaya's statement is false? And we'll just leave it at that, you said? Okay, it's ridiculous. Stupid, ridiculous. So apparently, in the time that Daniel, according to his words, and Malaya had come out, right? He's looking for the kids, 30 seconds up, right? Damn that Daniel for believing Malaya that they were in the woods. That 30-second jaunt, wow, that must have killed you, right? But anyways, at what point in time in that 20 minutes could a vehicle pull up, Malaya hand off the kids, and Janie says, well, if it's a new vehicle, I don't know that I would have heard it. Get the fuck out of Dodge on that one. Seriously. And so, really? Gravel rocks? That this freaking aerodynamic freaking vehicle floated down the driveway? Malaya, vroom. Guilty. Nobody saw that. In 20-minute time, she managed by their own timeline to do this. There's nothing that they have said that could make that true. So if that's not true, then what is true? When did Jack and Lily truly disappear? Janie says 8:48. Talked to my brother Ron. 6 o'clock, whatever came out. Remember, Malaya made this magical phone call right at 6:18. So where Belinda said, well, where was, all I want to know, Daniel, where was Malaya that made this phone call? Was she in bed? Right? During when she's like in and out of it, like she said. Okay. At what point? I mean, I know that there was this talk and I can't remember. And it's only because I can't find it, Daniel, that what is it about Malaya using your phone? But then you said she didn't on that one. But that one I can't confirm again. But I remember that. I do remember that. So that's speculation. Okay, we'll leave it at that. But so Janie comes out of the camper at 6 o'clock. Malaya supposedly is somewhere, I guess at the end of the driveway, because that was one of Darren's versions. And that Janie saw her. And she heard the kids. So why did Janie say she told Belinda, shh, because every idiotic mother is going to say, you know what, before I put you in a vehicle, I'm going to let you play near the swing set and I'm going to let you make some noise. But shh, the stealth mode car is coming in, kids. Ixnay on the talking A, right? It is ridiculous. So that's why that Darren's theory is absolutely nonsense. It's not true. He might believe it's true, but he's fabricated information, whether it's himself or Daniel, in my opinion, to make this wicky-wacky, Wild West ridiculous story up that Malaya hid the children, and now she doesn't even know where they are, right, Danielle? Because she had nothing to do with it. Mother-in-law obviously had something to do with it, not Malaya. And that somehow Malaya just sold her kids, shipped them off somewhere. Bye-bye, kids, Jack and Lily. Well, doesn't that go against the grain of what Belinda said about Malaya? That she was meant to be a mother? We don't even know if she had freaking postpartum depression because that's out of Daniel. Again, he's trying to run his own narrative. I'm here to fight for Lily and Jack. He can fight for whatever narrative and truth that he wants, but he hasn't been truthful. So why would I believe him? Nobody's being truthful that I'm aware of. Nobody is. Nobody's speaking out too much, but I'll give Darren credit for stirring the pot with his bullshit because he's pissing people off. He's pissing people off. Right? Because it's a bunch of horseshit, is what it is. It's a hope and a fairy tale that these children are alive. It would be so wonderful if these family members could literally have Jack and Lily, Belinda see her grandkids again, all the people that truly just want answers for what happened to Jack and Lily. Again, we won't know that until maybe a proper timeline comes out, or perhaps somebody's arrested, or somehow they're found underneath a magic mushroom in the woods. And I know myself exactly what they said at the press conference, that it's very unlikely that the children would be alive if they were in the woods. Absolutely. Very unlikely that the children would have been alive at a week later if they were in the woods. But you know what? I don't see them sitting underneath a mushroom cup anywhere. The search lady had to say what she needed to say, because it's no different than the RCMP saying we need to hold it close to our vest, right? Even though I think that that's kind of the crock of crap that we always hear. I definitely agree. There's certain things that are important to details. We've heard Darren explain why the pink blanket, that somebody went through the garbage, and went down that road there. Whoops. Pink blanket in the tree. Don't know how it got there. But you know what? I'm going to lie about it, and I'm going to say it's not Lily's. I was confused by that because Malaya said that in the scanner that I think she thought it was, but she wasn't sure. To me, every mother knows what, as a mother, not the fathers, but the mothers. We know what blankets, we know our kids' shit, right? But anyways, then it comes out that Daniel, whoops, sorry I lied there. I just figured that they were going to plant this evidence against me, and no, because I didn't do anything. So I had to lie there. And so now I need to change my story back to that. Yes, you're right. That is Lily's blanket. Mm-hmm. And I'm also, going to also Darren's words, right? Remember, these are Darren's words, whatever, Daniel's words that he's telling him, whatever, right? Is that obviously that somebody went in there, the Malaya Brookside, went into the trailer, took items, water bottle, some clothes, whatever. Was that part of the underwear thing and whatever? But anyways, but again, Malaya's family, the Bootprint, everything. So they find a sweater, and then they turn to t-shirts, a blue one and a white one. That if they're found with the children, he says into Dolly, I let the RCMP know that I had nothing to do with that if they're ever found with Jack and Lily. Okay? Just know I didn't do anything. Holy fucking shit. Really? I want to know how many cases, right? Somebody goes around saying, I lied for that reason. Well, if you find this item, you know what? That's just the other side planting shit against me, because obviously they have it against me. And I'm going to let the interview know on the news that Malaya's family believes I had something to do with it. But I want a polygraph test. In fact, I want everyone to take a polygraph test and a drug test. Like my criminal profiler said, people can say all they want. Doesn't make it true, right? But I want to know in what world during this timeline that Janie's telling, because it ain't no 10 minutes that she waited to come out before hearing Daniel yelling. Ain't nobody going to be sitting in their trailer listening to someone yell Lily and Jack, for 10 ass minutes. After a few minutes, they're going to be like, what the heck's going on? So she probably embellished time a little bit there because, again, after the 8:48 phone call, everything becomes unclear in Janie's brain. She doesn't seem to have any sort of time. So we have to think about the timeline of the phone call that went in at 10:01, that the 20 minutes came from Malaya talking about the children were last seen at 9:40. But what happened that the children were last seen and heard at between 8 and 8:30, right? It doesn't matter how you slice or dice it, their own words could not still make sense, regardless of if you have something for Malaya or Daniel or Darren. It doesn't matter. For people on the property, none of their timelines can make sense that Malaya put these children in a vehicle, right? Unless it was a hovercraft, beamed down, silent, right? Jack and Lily, returning you back in 25 years. It's crazy. So that means that if we can't believe any of what Darren's saying anymore, because it's so much different than what actually Janie said, and Janie was on the property, not Darren, and it's like the three of them, let's just, you know what, let's just, yeah, Janie, oh my God, Derwood, he just made me see the freaking light. I know exactly what happened. Daniel, well, he's already saying that Cindy had something to do with it, and that he's trying to stealthily find out about this. Give me a break. Okay? These children are not hidden. It would have made sense in the first day if Malaya made a mistake. Anytime past that, honestly, could it have been true? Sure. But the minute it went out to orbit, it was just beyond ridiculous. Cases do not go like that. Lori Vallow is one of the most fucked up cases you'll ever want to know. But this case, it doesn't have that ring. What it has a ring of is manure, bullshit, BS. And they're trying to make Malaya make it seem like Malaya did all this. That's the narrative they're running with. I get it. Malaya hasn't spoken out. I get it. We can interpret her actions to be whatever we want because she has not spoken out, right? I get that. But I don't care even about that. What I care about is the people that are speaking out, and including Malaya's text to Belinda, where the truth lies. That's not so hard, is it, Daniel? That's not so hard. Darren, I'm so sorry that you were a sucker to believe everything that Daniel is telling you. How do you even listen back to your own words, Darren, of what you're protecting all of these things, of why Daniel did these things? You said even, and these are Darren's words, not Daniel, like meaning he's speaking for Daniel and saying that Daniel said them, but that still, it's just somebody repeating words. But even he said, I said, well, why did he say that Malaya was on the phone from running out in the woods? And then he said, well, like he had to lie to protect Malaya. Oh, again? What about Jack and Lily? What about Jack and Lily? What about Jack and Lily? So, the whole point is to make people understand out of their own words. If I could make the fact that Malaya put those kids in a car and that was true, and that made sense because that's what perhaps it showed, I would absolutely show that. But there's nothing here to show that in 20 minutes time, and that's taking it from the 9:40 time that Malaya said to what Daniel said about 20 minutes, right? Because to me, I don't know where the truth lies there. Something happened to Jack and Lily. Something happened to Jack and Lily on that property. Why isn't the truth being told? Why isn't it? Why? There's no way that you can make any sense out of this timeline, placing Malaya right there in front of there, and that some magical car comes up, doesn't go over top of a rock, has no noise, and that little dog ain't going to be barking. You know, the dog that barks that lets her know that Jack and Lily are outside. So at what point? So then you have to ask yourself this as well, right? So if Janie is saying that those kids, she heard them at her just after 9, right? Some point just after 9, that she heard those kids near the swing set. The kids that can't be found in the woods, and they're not considering abduction, and Malaya saying, well, I mean, they could have been abducted, asking for the Amber Alert, so in the statements that Malaya gave to Belinda, at first she said, one of the first things she said was, I cannot believe that they would run off on me like that. Okay, meaning Jack and Lily. So she's thinking, right, that they ran off. That was according to her first statement. This other statement that she made in that same text message was the fact that some people are believing that they were picked up. Okay, this becomes one of those things, kind of like Sebastian Rogers. So everything these kids couldn't have done, shouldn't have done, did this day. Now, I don't believe for 1 second Malaya or Daniel on this whatsoever. Whenever those children are outside, it would be normal that they would play out there by themselves because you could hear their voices. You might be doing the dishes. You might be doing something. But with this type of yard here, your kids, besides them going to the road and getting run over or a stranger abduction in this remote place, you're going to let your kids play outside. But who knows if that seems like self-preservation to me, regardless, about CPS, first of all, because you never want to ever seem like you're reckless, right? So, but the thing is that Malaya did contradict herself during her messages, because she said normally they don't go to the road. Normally they don't just go up in the woods or whatever it was. So, no, that would mean that they never did without me being there. But it would be normal for children to play outside at their age in the backyard, and you can hear their voices. Janie's right there in her camper trailer. So that would be normal. So I feel like that was self-preservation on that one, to basically seem like we were always outside with them. So why is it on this particular day that not only did Lily and Jack manage to escape out of that silent door that's not silent, it's not silent whatsoever, but whatever, right? Okay, out that silent door, and then managed to go play on the playground, right? And then guess what? They were magically missing. Magically, like stardust in the skies, like magic that flies in the air, the clouds and magic clouds, magic mushrooms, they just disappeared. It doesn't make sense because it's nonsense, is why it doesn't make sense. So again, there's nothing you can take from anybody as being truthful at all. At all. We can't take anything from Malaya besides what we've seen, because that would be just making up fictitious shit, right? We can obviously speculate on the actions. We can talk about that, right? We can say what we would do as mothers, right? But I've told you about the Delphi case as well, where the father never spoke up once. Not once. The case was solved. The person was put behind bars for life, eternity, basically. And he never spoke up once to speak for his murdered daughter, right? He let his mom and his stepdad do that. So things can look one way and absolutely be another. I'm not here for the sake of Malaya or Daniel that way. I'm here for Jack and Lily, and hopefully wishing that just be truthful. If you're going to speak up, just say your truth, not a bunch of bull crap. So I'm going to play this out still. And let's see here.
Right here, with Meadow on her hip. And I come out, and I said, what's up? She said, Jack and Lily are missing. I said, how long? She said, about 20 minutes. I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods, just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks and fir branches, and that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes. I did this whole area. There's an old road up back. When I got up to the top of the hill, I met Daniel. And I said to him, I said, did you find them? He said, no. He said, you coming with me? I said, no. I said, I'm going to search this area. Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. Mm-hmm. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of the dirt road, came back down here and came back down the side of the road, came back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time, I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying.
As I was going to the bathroom, there's something that I heard that Janie said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she said, well, when I heard that they were missing, the first thing I thought was that they went into the woods. I didn't hear her say that Malaya said they went into the woods. What she said was, when I heard that they were missing, the first thing I thought was that they went into the woods. Am I wrong? I don't think I heard that wrong. Let me. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what she said there.
He said, no. He said, you coming with me? I said, no. I said, I'm going to search this area. Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. Mm-hmm. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of the dirt road, came back down.
When she first told me the kids were missing, my first instinct was, I thought they went out in the woods. Detective Sonny, at your service. We'll get to the truth. I just was in the bathroom and I was like, wait, did I just hear that right? Anyways, you guys heard it too? Right? Where's the bench now? Maybe she cried it away for all I know. Don't know. But I'll keep playing it back out again. And now Daniel's again, and Malaya and the Brooks side of the family would know the truth of this, that were there. Daniel has put out that he was, he searched for 20 to 30 acres. He's talked about getting into the vehicle, checking all the culverts, all the ditches, all the roads. Didn't see that pink blanket, huh? That first day you didn't see that miraculous pink blanket that was there. But okay. But anyways, but he said that, like in articles, okay? And I know articles can be wrong, but I'm telling you about a whole paragraph that he spoke about being on the ATV and searching 20 to 30 acres, right? Then it somehow turned to Janie and him saying, well, I didn't say I was riding it. That was wrong. I was just sitting on the front of it. And then Daniel said that it was, the reason why he said he was sitting on the front, though, was to go back. But he said in another statement that it was to go search the new areas. That's like literally what he said. I mean, I can play his words on him all day long if you want me to. I'm just looking for truth for Jack and Lily. That's all I want. Anyways, she said that when she was told that Jack and Lily were missing, the first thing I thought about was that they were in the woods. Oh, wait, what was that again, Janie? Is that what you said? Because you didn't say Malaya said that. You just said the first thing I thought about. Gotcha. All right.
Down here and came back down the side of the road, came back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time. I didn't take my phone. The cops were here.
I do want to say this again, is Janie does make this comment about not taking her phone. But if you actually look at her phone at 10:16, that, like, you guys know, well, it was at the start of this clip, to be honest, when they were showing her phone. They were showing 8:48. Then there was also another call at like 10:16 and 10 whatever. But she didn't take her phone. Food for thought. Go ahead, Jenny. Clarify that if you don't mind. Thank you.
There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself for not getting up that morning to see the kids. Because if I would have got up, this wouldn't have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go see that.
Sure.
So this is the patio
This
door
is the patio door
that Jack and Lily would have...
that Jack and Lily came out of.
And so tell us why we've heard about the patio door.
Because everybody's saying on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok that the patio door makes a noise. And why they didn't hear the door open. The bedroom is back there. Okay?
Okay, the bedroom's back there. I'm sorry, but that shit tin right there, I'm pretty sure, right? I have a door that's newer, way newer, and I can hear the rollers. And I could be doing this live right now, and I'll easily hear the rollers when that door's open. Now, this door is a lot louder. That bedroom, yeah, is down there. But, like that tin, I'm sure you would hear the rumblings. But Daniel said that I always am telling the kids to close that door, close that door, close that door, right? And guess what? That door was closed too. Not only did Jack and Lily sneak out of there, and do everything that went against the grain of what they were supposed to do, that they closed the door on the way out, just like Sebastian Rogers. Closed that door, locked that door, just disappeared, right? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense because it's nonsense. But anyways, again, it's what we're being told. Doesn't make it true. But anyway.
That far window.
The last window is the bedroom.
And so they would have come out this door.
They would have come out this door.
That morning.
Yes.
And then they went and played on the swing set.
Yes.
And that's when you heard them.
That's when I heard them. Right here in this area here. I plan on putting a pool up this year for the kids. You need level ground for a pool. That's what I was doing. I was leveling it.
So we all know that Janie said she was filling potholes. She said nothing about raking, Belinda said, okay? At what time of the night before, Thursday, that you get the brilliant idea that in the dark or whatever, that you're going to, you know what, I'm just going to start raking that area for a pool. Because everyone definitely puts a pool, on rocks. Of course you would, depending on what type of pool you're putting there, doesn't make sense why that pool would not be on the grass in the yard. But hey, you know what? Whatever freaking scenario that's being told here about a pool, bottom line is nothing was said about raking. Why would somebody go out and rake at night? I don't know. Maybe she was bored, decided to rake it. Daniel said that no, it wasn't potholes, that it was water that was coming off of the trellis thing or whatever, and it was leaving, when water does that and kind of digs a hole. What's the truth, people? What's the truth? Seriously. Why is this so hard? Right? Why is it so hard to tell a true story? But anyways, raking versus potholes. She says that there's this bootprints, obviously it would be, two bootprints. So it wasn't there when you were raking, but somehow it got there right in the morning, I guess, because apparently it was the weather, it wasn't sunshine outside, right? It wasn't hot and warm like it was the next day, that it was raining that day made the elements a little bit harder. So it's raining, and yet there's just the only one set of footprints that showed up after the raking right there. But whatever. Bottom line is, again, trying to get to the reality here, right? Let's try to ground ourselves on this planet instead of this circus act that's going on. Get to the truth. The truth can only be told by the people that were living on the property, because if you're telling the truth doesn't change. It might change a little bit. It's just maybe adding a few details that you forgot because the day was a panic. Get that? Jobo, yes, I thought the same. Was curious when he built them with the kids. They were still green bows to start. I'd have to see what Joby said. What did Joby say? Where is Joby? Joby. Oh, right. Right here. The forts, when we saw them at first, were so green and fresh. And yet she's talking about the building forts like they built them all the time. I always thought those forts were sus. Okay, now this is just being judgmental for sure, but you guys care so much about Jack and Lily, right? Janie, Daniel. I'll have to include Malaya, of course. There's 3 people living on that property. Why are we seeing an interview 2.5 months later? Why are we seeing a yard that obviously goes from shithole to, oh, let me just put out some of those little dollar store little freaking fans, pinwheels, some bird feeders there, and some, nice new swing set here, and, some staining, some back porch going on. Jack and Lily are missing. What the fuck? Where do you have time to do all this shit? Where's the focus? It's like you're trying to impress the people that are saying that you live in a shithole. It was a shithole. It's a death trap to children. Having all that crap out there in the backyard and stuff. It was a death trap. Regardless. Freaking fusty musty freaking mattresses out there. What? Washing machine crap? Whatever. It was like a typical junkyard. Really. Right? And now it looks like, in comparison, a palace to what it was. But Jack and Lily are missing. Daniel got a stapler about a week ago. Then he said he got 2. Being a smartass, he got 2. I'm sure he got 3 now. You can sit there, freaking double fist those freaking staplers all time long. But where's the urgency? You're claiming these children are alive and Malaya has hid them. What are you doing then from your own side of it, Daniel? Without always bringing, well, what about Malaya? What about Malaya? Right? We're talking about you. You're the one speaking here, though. But I'm saying to you, right? Malaya's not using her social media, right? We're watching the stuff that Malaya's doing as well. But you're the one that's full front and center that's being inconsistent, saying that you lied because of this reason, blah, 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 blah. And then you're working on your palace. But what about Jack and Lily? What about Jack and Lily? Where's all this time that you have, right? Couldn't buy bullshit if I tried. It's just, how could people put themselves before Jack and Lily?
The ground to set up a pool.
And this is the Thursday.
This is Thursday.
Right.
Friday, they all the investigators, search and rescue and everything. Right around here was where they found the only footprint.
This is where the boot.
This is where I was raking that night. That's where the boot print was found, in the mud where I was raking.
I thought there was 2 boot prints.
There was supposed to be a footprint found way up on the pipeline.
Right.
Malaya sent me the picture of it. That's all I know. There was a footprint found.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the footprint was here. The only one that they can confirm that was Lily and Jack's was right here.
So it was child size.
Yes. A man, one of the investigators came in here and was measuring it all. Mm-hmm. I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do the interview here is to show you exactly where everything took place. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And to show people that this is what happened. All the stuff that people, all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked, the septic tank, all the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times. The trailer was searched. This whole place was searched. If they want to come back and search again, they're more than welcome.
You've talked about drones flying over your property. You've talked about cars driving down the road and slowing down. What's that been like?
I'm scared to go out sometimes in my own property. I mostly stay around back here. And if I do go out front for anything, I usually have my head down because I don't want people to see who I am. That is me myself. It's not because I'm hiding from anybody. I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Do you feel as if the finger has been pointed towards you and Daniel?
Yes, I do. Because I live on the property. Come on.
Do you think your son had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily?
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this. You know, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
You know, whenever I do a live, I have to always try to block myself about the truth of a story. In a sense, like when I say that, I mean about the children. Nothing hurts my heart than having to look at 2 beautiful children and we don't know what happened to them. And fabrication is being told. Why? If the truth is easy, then that's because you're lying, not being honest about what you know. Any of you guys that have children, you know you would go to the ends of the earth. So why is Daniel being inconsistent? Why is it that we're sitting here over 2.5 months later wondering what happened to Jack and Lily? I try to disconnect myself, but it's hard sometimes because I'm always fully aware that there's so many people impacted by this case and other cases that we've followed, and I never forget them. I got my Jack and Lily bracelets the other day, thanks to Lana and Bree and Belinda, supporting, of course, the fundraiser that's going to be going on. I have my 2 beautiful keychains of Jack and Lily. I have my other bracelets, and I have my my deco of Jack and Lily. I'm gonna order more stuff. I need to order a sweater or a shirt, but I need to check on that still. I think Belinda had asked that some flags be made up to be put on cars. They have $20 things that Kent and you can reach out. We'll get into that stuff in a minute. Just Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily. Okay? Case means a lot to me personally. Any case involving children really bugged me to no end. I try to have to disassociate the fact of trying to bring facts versus the realization of what's going on here, that these children impacted the children that were on the school bus, the bus driver, the teachers, family members, of course, anyone that truly cares about the fact that Jack and Lily don't have answers and that we're hearing a bunch of fictitious crap. Now, again, I'm sorry, Darren, that you couldn't stay neutral on this all, because it's always been about Jack and Lily, and that you got upset with me because I was pointing out all of Daniel's bullshit that he was doing. And I can literally show you screenshot to screenshot. I can play the clip of Daniel saying that him and Malaya woke up. Same with Malaya. She said that in her interview. Same thing, that you guys came out together. So where did you come up with this whole that Daniel was sleeping stuff, right? That's Daniel's story. So Darren, I hope you're listening too. Same with you, Janie. I hope you're listening too. Is that you can't sit, like Janie didn't say all that stuff that Darren said. Why is that, right? It's about Jack and Lily. Daniel and Malaya come to the side. We're not the court system. We can have our thoughts and perceptions, and we can have whatever we want in our thoughts and our opinions. But we don't know still what happened to Jack and Lily. But again, if the truth is being told, the truth is easy. It's simple. People want, the internet is a wonderful place in a lot of ways, and it sucks ass in a lot of ways. It does. There's a lot of hurtful things and a lot of people threats. Like someone earlier, I think, said something about threatening. Would never threaten anybody. Use your words wisely before I kick your ass out of here. But anyways, again, if the truth is so easy, why don't we know, why don't we have a base timeline? A truthful base timeline. There's no way in this magical kingdom that Malaya could have put in the kids in a vehicle during your own words, any of your words. Your voice is on an interview saying that you and Malaya came out at the same time. Twist that around. Go ahead, twist it again. Twist it, right? Why anybody believes you at this point is beyond me, because you have, to me, no redemption in my eyes, because you're talking and fucking with children. And I'm not about to put up with that bullshit. I don't give a shit if you're the so-called stepfather or not. I'm just an outsider, just trying to bring awareness and give a timeline. That's important. A timeline's important. A timeline helps understand what could have possibly happened to Jack and Lily. But 20-minute window, a magical car comes in, hovercraft, right? UFO, magic carpet, genie on it and all, and magically takes the kids away in 20 minutes. 20 minutes, Daniel, right? You're 20 minutes. Where could they have possibly gone in 20 minutes? Because there's no way a vehicle drives up to Janie's front of her trailer and she can't hear it. The dog doesn't bark. So even if you take Janie's timeline at 9 o'clock, like this 20 minutes, I'm still going to have to call bullshit on Janie even. Because if these children were gone in 20 minutes, they would have been found. And yet you're pushing this narrative and you have Darren buying your shit that Somehow Malaya magically managed to get these kids in a vehicle while Daniel was up in the woods for 30 seconds and Grandma was in the trailer for 10 minutes before she actually came out. And then it was like, and Malaya was standing right there, looking like maybe she was going, what the fuck? Where's the kids? But no, it got all twisted into this absurdity of that they're hidden. And not only are they just hidden by Malaya and her immediate family, that they're even beyond that. They're in a freaking cargo boat that some freaking magical person in New York was cutting their hair. Fucking get a life there, lady. Freaking psycho. Like, really? You're sitting there claiming that you cut these two kids' hair in New York? Freaking losers. Seriously. What the mindset of some people out there. Like, obviously, if you have a hairdressing thing, chances are you have a camera there. Chances are there were cameras all around you in New York to prove that that was Jack and Lily. But these people are like, but I'm certain of it. I got proof. Oh, but wait, I don't got proof. Anyway, I do want to play, if you guys don't mind. Wait, what? What? Oh, I'm talking about the hairdresser out of New York. The one that claimed that she was cutting the hair, if that's what you mean. Rachel, not that Rachel. But no, seriously, guys. Some of these people are born from a different planet than us, right? Okay, I get that. Not everyone has brain cells. It's like not everyone's Christmas tree is the brightest light, okay? Some of them are working on a 10% bulb, 25% bulb. I expect that. That's the wacko world that we live in on the internet. Normal is not normal, but the internet has its place. And when you have the truth out there, the internet is your best friend when they believe in you. That's why they believe in Belinda, because they see genuine honesty, no stake in the game, just wants to see her grandchildren again, regardless if she knows it was 18 months, 19 months, right? She wants to see her grandbabies again. She said her and Belinda and Malaya had a good relationship up until the point of you, Daniel. Those are Belinda's words. Those were actually Cheryl's words as well, because I remember Susan asked Cheryl about, well, like, did you go over to, like the property and whatever? And this basically bottom line of that is that it seemed like Malaya wasn't really talking to anyone. Now, I've been in a controlling, abusive situation. I can tell you very much so that you don't want to piss your partner off because you love them and you want to do things for them. And the next thing you know, you're pushing your family away. In fact, my ex-husband did that to me all the time. Matthew, my son, 28 now. During the divorce, 13, 14 years old. Before that, my ex-husband, he would say, yeah, your Auntie Tanya's a loser. Or your mom, she doesn't care about you, Matthew. Or sorry, meaning my mom, his grandma. Yeah, they don't care about you, Matthew. They didn't want you to ever go camping. They don't want to, right? Slowly but surely, next thing you know, I'm barely talking to my own family, right? It's like, okay, I got my life here, with my husband at the time and my son. And all I wanted to ever, what was best for my son. I tried to do everything in my power to do what was best for my son. Fuck me, the manipulation of that frickin' wolf in sheep's clothing. It came to bite me in the ass. Everything I did for my son backfired because I thought he was wise enough to know that, hey, Matthew, your mom's drinking after Christmas. I barely ever drink. I drink at Christmas time sometimes. Who cares? I'm not no alcoholic, never have been. But he was trying to portray to our son, like, Matthew, your mom is drinking. So you know what my son would do? My son, if he saw me with a drink after Christmas, that Christmas, he goes, Mom, do you need that? And of course, I'd be like, come on, Matthew, get real. My ex-husband would come put his arm around Matthew, and he'd say, Matthew, your mom's ignoring you. She's playing on the computer. She doesn't care about you, Matthew. Come here, son. I'm the father of the year. I didn't give you the time of fucking day. before then, but come here, son. You know, me and your mom, we're not getting along so well anymore. No, no, no. He was fighting his own effing demons up here. I wasn't. I married him for better or for worse. Till things got worse, until things started getting physical, and he was name calling every single day for a couple years. But I wanted to keep our family, even if ours was breaking down. I was just wanting the best for our son, to have his dad around him. I knew the bullshit he was playing. Mine and my son's relationship has been very broken, and because he's had a grandbaby recently, it's getting better again. You want to talk about hurt and pain of my son that's still around, right? And he's put me through hell with his words and his heart. Jack and Lily aren't around. Jack and Lily are missing. And you're playing games. When does it end? When will the truth come? When the RCMP has to solve the case? Because nobody can seem to tell the truth about Jack and Lily? Not going to go there. Children are gifts. They are gifts. They deserve so much better than the bullshit that's going on now. They deserve answers. So don't give me this shit about caring about Jack and Lily, Daniel, as you're playing all these games. Malaya, please come forward with information. Let us know maybe some truth to this wicked, crazy shit that's going on for Jack and Lily. Darren, butt out of it. Fight for Jack and Lily, but stop being a voice for other people. It's not doing any favors, and you become unhinged when someone doesn't agree with you. Janie, whatever fucking issues you're going through personally in your life, get off your ass. It's not about you. It's about Jack and Lily. Okay? I might be being a little harsh here, but at the stake of Jack and Lily, I'm willing to say that. Quit whining. Giddy up. Get off your goddamn freaking couch or bed. Get yourself out there, because if they're still alive, according to you guys, then go put up posters. Go gather people together and search for Jack and Lily. But don't make excuses for bad behavior, and don't make excuses for your son's mistruths. I hope you guys, got something out of this situation tonight about what Janie said, what Daniel has said, right? What Malaya has said to Belinda, what Daniel, Malaya, Darren, Belinda, who am I missing here? Janie, okay? It's just that this isn't my family. I'm just caring so much because these are two children missing. You should be doing more than I am. Jack and Lily we are Jack and Lily's voices. And we will remain Jack and Lily's voices until an answer comes our way. And until that time, we'll keep being strong. We'll keep doing fundraisers. We'll keep promoting the fact for beautiful buddy benches for Jack and Lily. We'll keep promoting beautiful hearts that care about the case. And I won't stop, because myself, I appreciate the kindness of these other people that had no clue who Jack and Lily was up until this case came around, and they took time out of their lives. Lana, Bree, and all the people that have been helping with the fundraising. Thank you. Thank you again for being a voice out of the generosity of your hearts for Jack and Lily. And fuck those people that ever call the fundraiser fraudulent. Okay? We know the truth, and we don't have to sit there and justify ourselves. If people don't want to believe in the fundraiser, don't want to do anything, don't. Okay? But for the people that do, that really want to support, and bringing awareness by making posters, by making bracelets, by making little flags, by making keychains, don't take away from them. Do not take away from them. They're using their own time, and they had to start off at some place with their own money to be able to do this, and then to say, hey, Did you guys want to buy some bracelets? Did you guys want to buy some keychains? Abso-fucking-lutely I do. Right? Absolutely. Jack and Lily. I love my keychains. And I'll always have these memories. Okay. Okay. Sonny, breathe in, breathe out. No, I'm good. I'm always good. Just know that, okay? I get pissed off when it comes to children, but I'm always good. I can take a lot. I've been through an abusive relationship for 12 ass years, plus with my ex-husband towards the end. I can take a lot. Trust me. I got this freaking iron ass shield. Actually, no, it's a dragon shield. You know, from all those evil busters that want to come out of the woodwork. Come at me. Don't care. Right? Focus. Jack and Lily. Let's remember that. Jack and Lily. Okay. Oh, you guys, I should say this. Fundraiser is on August 9th, of course, of this year, from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Westside Community Centre, New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. Now, this is what I'm going to simply say to the family members. Put your shit aside. Go to the fundraiser. This is about Jack and Lily. If you have a beef with each other, who gives a shit? You're doing it for Jack and Lily. That's why you're there. So put your bullshit aside. Maybe by chance give each other a few hugs along the way. You know, for people that haven't seen each other in quite a while and stuff like that. But hopefully, a lot of family members can come to Jack and Lily's fundraiser, the fight to get them back, to bring awareness. Admission is free, right? There's going to be some games. Remember, think about this, not as an adult. Think of this as these children. These children would love to be playing in a bouncy castle right now, Jack and Lily. Remember, it's about children. This event is to symbolize about Jack and Lily. Okay? So don't be talking all negative and shit about this fundraiser. All right? If you are, remove yourself from this chat right now. It's not going to happen on my watch. Okay. The last thing I want to do, and I know okay. No one can believe me. I guess I lie. Because I said I was going to do no more than 2 hours. Shut it, Sonny. You know what? I'm never going to ever say I'm going to do a short live again. Never going to say those words are not going to come out of this mouth, okay? I can't keep my own promise to this. Why? Because I'm so passionate about cases that I'm working at 4:30 in the morning, and all I want to do is keep trying to understand this timeline to Jack and Lily. What happened to Jack and Lily? I'm so focused. It's not Malaya. Daniel, focus down the middle. Darren, gain your traction again. If you really want to be useful, gain your traction. Go right down the middle. And remember, both sides. Both sides. Not just the one side, okay? So the only other thing I'm going to play, and the only reason why I'm going to play this one is because I still have it up from yesterday. And that's why we're just going to listen to a bit of it. But we're going to get to the point where Daniel, you listening? Where Daniel says that they came out at the same time. Neil and Malaya woke up. We went outside to look, right? You know, that one, that version. Okay, wait. No, don't want to add that. Sorry, my bad. Stop screen. Share screen. Okay. So you right now you're just simply going to hear the audio. Okay. Family pleads for missing siblings, Lily and Jack. It's going to play a bit of it. So again, if you want to stay, you're more than welcome. If you need to go because it's too late over there, then feel free and good night. But thank you guys. Just make sure. To hit that like and share button for Jack and Lily. So thank you guys for being here.
What they believe to be a child's boot print and a piece of a blanket, but nothing else. At least, not that the police will say publicly. It's a mystery that is gripping the country and beyond.
I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know what happened.
Now, for the first time, we're hearing from the children's step-grandmother, who lives on the property where the children went missing and who was there that day.
My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. After that, I heard nothing. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling.
Her son, Daniel, the children's stepfather, is the subject of murderous accusations.
Well, a lot of speculation is you killed the kids. Was come out and say it straight as it is.
His mother is showing us around their property to dispel rumors as conspiracy theories run wild online, with TikTok and YouTube videos garnering millions of views.
These are everybody's grandchildren. They're not just mine now. It does seem like the whole world cares.
Kayla Hansel is the CBC's national reporter from the Maritime Provinces. She's done a series of in-depth interviews on the case. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Kayla, first of all, what can you tell us about where this happened? Set the scene for us.
So the children were reported missing from a mobile home in Lansdowne Station where they were living with their mother and stepfather. There's an RV parked next to it, and that's where the children's step-grandmother lives. There are some toys in the yard, a tipped-over red wagon in the front, a handmade wooden swing set in the back. And this is an extremely rural part of the province in Pictou County, around 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax. And I can tell you, I've been a reporter in Nova Scotia for 16 years now, so you can imagine I've been to a lot of small communities, and I don't think I've seen anything quite this rural. There are no close neighbors, there are not many neighbors at all, and the home is surrounded by very dense woods.
Now, for people who have not been following this closely, can you remind us how this all started? It was on May 2nd, right?
That's right. It's the morning of Friday, May 2nd, so exactly 11 weeks ago today. And most of the information that we have about those first hours comes from the children's stepfather, Daniel Martell. I spoke with him in a recorded interview for nearly an hour, and he says he and the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, were in bed with their other child, a baby, and they were sort of dozing in and out of sleep. And Lily and Jack were playing in the kitchen, but Lily came into the bedroom multiple times and woke him up. And here's what he says happened next.
And then about 20 minutes passed, and then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack. So I jumped straight up out of bed. Silence is never a good thing when you have kids, because you know they're getting into something. And then we noticed the boots were gone. We went outside, made our way into the backyard. We didn't see them anywhere. And Malaya said, should I call 911?
Oh, yeah. Let's finish that.
And I said, well, just wait 1 second.
Caught you in your own damn ass words there, Daniel, right? We didn't see their boots there. We went outside. We. Now, Malaya says the same thing. We, right? Probably the truth is usually at the start. So, Darren, if you could just explain to me, Daniel, how was it that Malaya was still sleeping and Daniel, that she slipped into bed, right? And that somehow you were out there searching first and something? Out of Daniel's own mouth. We. Go take a pee on all your freaking lies. We. Right, guys? We. So, at what point could Malaya have put the children in the car? At what point? Beyond the stupid superficial fairy tale timeline that y'all concocted, what time did Malaya then put the kids in the car? Now, you just said again, Daniel, you're probably sleeping on me now, but dude, wake up. Wake up and listen to me. Listen, I mean, I know you love the sound of my voice, Daniel, so come on, it's very angelic. You know that I know it probably put you to sleep a little bit. You probably listen to me at night every time you go to bed. Okay, but what part of we did Malaya put the kids in the vehicle that you were up in the woods? And don't forget about that phone call. Do you notice he hesitated there? Right, guys? He hesitates and he says, yeah, wasn't it that you said to Malaya, just fuck you? What do you think you should do? Or just wait a second, Malaya. Let me just go run up into the trees. Let me just go up into the trees, right? Remember? Not once did Janie say that Malaya said that. In fact, Janie's the one that said the first thing you think about is that they went up into the woods, to the forts, right? The story just keeps crumbling down, worse than Humpty Dumpty falling off that wall. Again, it's like the Beverly hillbilly, like seriously. It's like a wackadoodle show going on. And this isn't funny. And this isn't a game. This is about Jack and Lily. So you going to contradict what you said there as well? Janie, if you heard the kids at the timeline that you said, how is that possible even? How is that even possible? I don't know. Make sense out of nonsense. Because if you heard the kids and then you said I didn't hear Jackie boy, Jackie boy, Jackie boy, right? That little Lily, Jackie boy, that you said I heard the kids outside playing, but I didn't hear Jackie boy, right? In that mystical timeline that you're telling to what Daniel's telling, that somehow then, again, during that very slight timeline, that Malaya magically put them in a vehicle, the hovercraft, we'll call it the hovercraft, right? From, of course, what Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Yeah, you're talking about Sebastian's case over there. Hi, Travis. How are you? Travis is a lawyer out of Tennessee there. But so again, make it make sense, because you can't make it make sense, because even when Ginny says that she hears him and then she doesn't hear Jackie boy, that's her going, oh my God, Darren put this all together. He put it all together, you guys. In that time that Daniel ran up to the woods for 30 seconds, but wait, stop, Daniel. You went into the vehicle immediately. Wait, I can understand that, Daniel. If you went up into the woods first and then you got into a vehicle, I can understand that. Okay, you know what? Probably wasn't consistent in how I said that, but, went up in the woods for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. You said that, and I was such a dumbass to believe, Malaya, that the kids went up in the woods. Huh. Who said it really? Well, I mean, we know Malaya said it in the text messages to Belinda about, that the kids could have been playing out in the woods underneath, but they never usually go without being supervised. I'd have to go back to the exact wording, but okay, right? But again, same thing. Malaya says in her interview, and Kent, don't argue with me. Malaya says in her interview, but the kids were playing outside, but we didn't know that till after. The only person's mouth that could have came out of was Janie. So Janie is telling Malaya that she heard the kids. That's not Malaya outside putting kids in a vehicle. That's a conversation Malaya would have had with Janie for Janie to tell Belinda that she heard the kids playing outside. And that's why Malaya says, but we didn't know that till afterwards. So the truth is just getting twisted. So how can you make sense of that? And then on top of that, Malaya putting kids in a vehicle. At no point can you. That's why this whole hidden theory gone out the window to me. Gone, blew it apart. Now, when did the children really go missing? Who knows, right? Maybe one day Malaya will speak. Maybe one day she won't. Maybe one day we'll get answers soon. Maybe one day we won't. Doesn't matter. Well, no, it does matter. Bottom line is RCMP are working on this case. I'm sure that they are doing a good job. Some of them, I'm sure, are doing an amazing job. We have so many more resources. Ask Seth Rogers, that has one person working on his son's case, versus all this new information. We want to believe that Daniel lied for this reason, that reason, that somebody went into the garbage can, that somebody was in the trailer, that somebody was doing this. We want to believe that Daniel wasn't on the ATV when he says he was on the ATV. Like I said, your words being used against you right here. So that's why we can't even believe anything Darren says, because you guys don't even remember your own damn words, Daniel, of what you said. The cases went from all these different scenarios for 2.5 months to this whole plot line that the children are hidden, and you're playing with people's feelings, and you're playing with this case, Darren. You're playing with this case. You are making this a mockery on top of what Daniel is already saying. You're spewing a bunch of bullshit, Darren. We already heard what you said versus what Janie has said versus, and it doesn't match. It's like you guys just sat down and embellished a story together. But you are impacting the case, Darren. You are. Daniel, you are too. You're impacting the case in a bad way. Darren, to me personally, you are harmful now to this case. You did a lot of good things by stirring the pot, getting people speaking. That I will give you credit for. But I'm not going to give you credit for that the fact of you putting in all these different things, whether it was from Daniel or yourself, that you magically found that, magical puzzle piece that put it all together, that these children were hidden. There's people out there that truly miss Lily and Jack and they want answers. And all of a sudden, this whole ridiculous story that these children are hidden, not only hidden, but beyond the fact that Malaya doesn't even know where they are because they're off on some freaking boat to China or whatever. Ain't happening. Okay. Ain't happening. I'm sorry, guys. I just believe in being honest and sincere. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. I'm just here to put out as I see it and what they're saying. All of the stuff that I'm talking about is their own words against them. Simple as that. Preach it, Sonny. Amen. Hallelujah. Jack and Lily. That's what we're talking about. If you guys do want to go back and listen to that, the 19th one, if you guys want to go listen to, of course, this one here, I will always listen, regardless if it's Daniel. Of course, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a moron, right? I'm wise beyond my years. Let's look at it that way. I like to think so. I've always been, since I've been a child, very compassionate, very much aware of people's personalities and the vibes I get off them. I can smell a fake content creator a mile away because they stick out to me like a sore thumb. My passion, but it's the deep empathy inside that will always care more about people than any clicks, views, or false things. If someone doesn't want to believe the thumbnail that Malaya confirms that Darren's story is untrue, don't believe it. It's up to you. Okay? Not here to put out bullshit. This is at the sake of 2 children. Why would I ever want to do that? All right. Let's call it a night. Yeah, I know yesterday I was kind of going off there, eh? Yeah. Well, you have to have, again, these aren't my children. Like Belinda says, a lot of people, it's everyone's children now, right? It's all of your guys's, I think of these children no different than the Delphi case. I take them on like they're my own. I will fight for them as if they were my own because I care about children. I care what happens, but I care about the truth, right? If the truth is that 1, 2, 3, 4 people had anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance, good. Let karma be a boomerang, come bust you in the ass, and the truth be told. If the truth is out there, you don't have to lie ever, Daniel, or tell mistruths. And if you had an opportunity, Daniel, to come correct yourself, I've given you 100. You make every excuse in the book. You try to make up excuses for that. You'll still try to play games, right? I hope by now that most people understand that this is about Jack and Lily, and Daniel can say whatever he wants, but he's not reliable because he doesn't know how to tell the truth if his life depended on it when it comes to Jack and Lily, because his own words show that. And that is what you call evidence. That is what you call facts. When someone's own words contradict an interview, especially an interview or verbal words that he said. So get at me, Daniel. Come on now, right? You want to tell some truth busting? Come sit with Sonny. I'll be right here for you, okay? If you got some truth to tell, I'm not going to attack you, dude. I'm just going to let you speak your truth, clear up any inconsistencies that you have, I don't know, all the ones that you want to clarify. You're not going to do it, though. You're not going to do it. Your mom gave me shit. She's forcing him to come up and talk to her. No, I'm not. I am not. Go talk your ass on Dolly. Go talk your butt on your own channel. Do whatever you want. But if you want to clear it up, then do it. But you're not going to. Why? Because you're playing a game. You're a full-on pathological narcissistic liar, in my opinion. In my opinion. All right. Absolutely. Well, you know what? Like I said, the truth lies there. You have Malaya's side, Daniel's side, Daniel's side, this side, that side, whatever. And whoever made a comment about Cody, Cody has been interviewed 3 times. Belinda's already explained that. So if you have not heard that information, he has already been cleared. They didn't even ask for a lie detector test because he has an alibi. They already went to his home and interviewed him 3 times. Okay. Cody, the children, right? Because I know a lot of people at the start were like, well, maybe Cody did it. What actual reason? You think that Cody went and grabbed those kids, sold them for drugs and stuff like that? Really? Okay. You guys had the wrong Cody Lee to begin with. Some of you guys not maybe approve, but tell me that there's not a dysfunctional family out there. Maybe Cody did some things that he's not proud of. Maybe everyone in this situation did things they're not proud of, okay? I ain't here to preach about that, though. I'm here to preach for Jack and Lily and the truth to what happened and the timeline. I don't have to be given a timeline. Sure would be nice, because that's how the public goes. When you come to the internet and true crime, you don't go to the news if you want them to put the cookie cutter crap out that they do, right? Brings awareness to the case, absolutely. Come to true crime community, don't expect us to buy your bullshit. We will ask you questions. We will ask you hard questions. Why? Because 2 children are missing. If the truth is being told, then you'll, right? It won't be diarrhea. It will be angelic, flowing music out of your mouth. That's what it will be. Good night, guys. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for anyone. If you haven't hit that like and the share on your way out of here, please do it for Jack and Lily. Thank you, Rosebuds and 1111 and Rosebuds for becoming a new member. Salty Suspects became a new member as well. The man 279. Thank you guys. Again, we don't ask for money on this channel. People want to do super chats and buy tacos or something like that. They do that on their own accord. Okay. Again, not fake thumbnails. Not here because, ooh, how much money can I make off this live? No. I'll always be sincere and honest, and that's the way I'll stay. And you guys have a great night. Charmaine, Kent, Bree, Lana, Belinda. Sorry, it's not that I didn't lose my train of thought. I looked this way. I got ADHD, people. I'm pretty sure. Never been diagnosed. I'm going to Google doctor myself. To all the family members, all of them, thank you so much for talking. Because no matter what, when a family member is speaking, I will listen. I want the truth. I will listen to everything. And then I will take all that information and I will try to make sense out of it, because I can't make sense out of it, but it's getting clearer and it's getting clearer. All right, guys. So I'm going to play Jack and Lily's tribute. Of course, that I made with a song written by Reginald McDonald. Again, if you don't want to watch it, you don't have to. It's about the impact of remembering that these 2 children, that they need the attention to be brought to them, that these 2 children are real, that they've been impacted by a lot of people, including people that have no clue who Jack and Lily were, but their hearts are hurting because these are children. And anyone that has children knows that. I think I thanked everyone. And again, we'll keep being a voice for Jack and Lily. First and foremost. Victims of the missing and the murdered. It's not a space I like to be in, but it is rewarding. So thank you, Chelsea, as well, for being in the chat. Thank you to Malaya for confirming. Regardless, however you guys want to take that, it's all I'm willing to say right now, and it's all I'm going to say right now. So it's up to you to decide what you think about that. And again, Jack and Lily, guys. Okay. Love you guys. Thank you, thank you. Sunny got to go to bed soon. But we can do this. We're going to play the video file. This is Sunny from It's a Crime and Shame. And someone had sent me this beautiful song called Come Home, Jack and Lily. And I wanted to do Belinda, and I wanted to do Alana King, and all you guys out there. This beautiful little video to attach to it. Thank you so much for the person who wrote the poem. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily's army. Please hit the like and the share. Thank you so much. Voices now, guys.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Sunsets over Pictou County, stars shine with gentle grace. The community holds a vigil, longing for your embrace. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near.
Okay, you guys. I thought I was gonna end it, but I just wanted to say again, don't forget, you guys. Well, let me say this first. It's a very hard video to make, but when you're doing it from your heart, and you have to, I wanted this video to always have an impact. These are two children that are missing, and that we just want them to be found, whichever the case, okay? And we want answers for Jack and Lily. They deserve it. These are two beautiful children that deserve it. They deserve the answers. So yes, it's a hard video to watch. It was a hard video to make, right? Some people that, like myself, seeing it as well. The two little video clippings of Lily and Jack when they were babies, they're precious. They're precious. Precious. Deserve answers. Come home, Jack and Lily. We are waiting. Absolutely. So yes, it's a hard video to watch, but I wanted it to be impactful. I wanted people to tear up because this is children we're talking about. I wanted it to impact people's hearts. That was the point. As hard as it is to do these videos, I do it because it's my little way of doing something for myself, for the family, that whoever sees it is impacted and that they say, you know what, I am going to hit that like button for Jack and Lily. I am going to hit the share for Jack and Lily. So with that being said, thank you. Fundraiser. Okay. Again, August 9th. Thank you for my beautiful bracelets. Thank you again for Bree. And I know there's more people behind Bree and Alana, but they are the main people behind this fundraiser, like meaning to start it off. Obviously, it's been a bunch of trial and errors. Anyone that tries to take away from this, shame on you. Shame on you. Anyone that tries to take away from Beautiful Hearts. You honestly think I would support anything that I even thought was fraudulent or a scam, or the money was being pocketed? How do you think that they buy all these things? How? Right? Charmaine, thank you for what you're doing as well. Kent, thank you so much. For any of these people that speak to us and stuff like that, we do appreciate it. No matter what. Even if Darren hates me till no end. It's okay. It's okay. There is something I want to clear up, though, now that I think about that, saying that. I had asked Darren if he knew who Kent was. And he said, I believe, he goes, I'm pretty sure I've heard of him or something like that, to those effects. Kent did not know Derwood before this. Some people want to say that. He didn't. He didn't know Darren before this, right? Darren was trying to give all this stuff over to RCMP that he said, and about, whatever. They had a coffee this one day and talked. Me and Charmaine have been talking to Kent. I'm sorry. Regardless, Kent is authentic. There's nothing he has said or done once that has ever proven that he's not been loyal and authentic throughout the time. I, in fact, invited him up here. It's not like he inserted himself. It was because I saw him, speaking about Pictou County, and then in Messenger, and it's like, hey, do you want to do a live? And then he didn't at first, right? And then one day he was like, maybe I will. So don't read into things that aren't there, please. I'm just saying, from my heart to Kent's heart and Charmaine's, is that we have a little group that we talk in, all three of us. We bounce things off each other's head. Darren talks to Kent. Charmaine has spoken to and talks with some family members as well. I talked to Belinda. I've talked to Darren, behind the scenes, and I don't care. Whoever feels comfortable talking with whoever, I don't care. If somebody hates my guts and they don't want to talk to me, okay, that's fine. Talk to Charmaine. Talk to Kent. Whatever. We just want answers for Jack and Lily. And that's where I'm going to leave that. And you guys, it is a beautiful song. People keep asking about this song. The song is in the description of this video. So if you actually want to go to Rachel McDonald's song, where this is on YouTube, it's in the description of this video. And I know she said she's on Spotify and is it Apple or something like that? I don't know that stuff. I know YouTube. That's where my forte is YouTube. I don't listen to podcasts like that. So if it's your cup of tea, Charmaine's more the podcaster that way. But anyway, so if anyone wants to know where that song is, it's in the description of this video to go to the actual song by itself. Okay, guys? Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for the people that believe in this channel. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for whoever is subscribed. Hit the like button. whatever your piece of part is that you want to do for Jack and Lily, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you both for keeping the story alive. Doing it from our hearts. Okay? Truth about Jack and Lily. Or let's pop their faces back up there. How can anyone judge you for truly caring? A lot of people do, but what I've noticed in life, Tracy, and I'm going to say this, is that the people that are the most giving and kind are the people that usually get torn down. Alana King has been torn down for her fundraiser, but she's not used to this. I am. You know, it's like I'm bubblegum, you're glue, what bounces off me sticks to you type of shit. Again, I got a dragon shield. There's no breaking this. No one can break this. The only person that can break this is maybe my son, my husband. Other than that, nobody else can break my shield. When people want to bash me, I don't care. Words are words. I know that my actions speak for myself, and that's all I need to know. And people that see genuine, caring people, and Alana, unfortunately, she came into this to do something wonderful and Brie, and people are trying to tear them down. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. You know, people put out shit that they don't know what they're talking about. And I'm sorry, like I said, I would never support anything at all that I ever thought. I am not this big supporter going, oh, donate here, donate there, donate there. When I'm passionate about something, when I care about people, and I hate seeing that Alana is and Bree and that are getting attacked. But you know what? We're going to ignore that noise because we're going to stay positive. We're going to be warriors. We're going to be Jack and Lily's voices. And awareness is through fundraising, for putting out flyers, for putting out awareness pieces, for putting out the grass things that Kent, there are $20 that they have, for coming to this event. You know, the vigil that Lana hosted. And I think this lady named Brenda or something. But anyways, it was a beautiful thing. Why take away from beautiful hearts? But I'll tell you, like I said, if you believe in yourself and you know that that shit exists out there all day long, you don't need to care because you know who you are and what you're doing. So don't let those people try to tear you down because I don't let them. It hurts sometimes for me. It's because I'm used to it. I got used to it right when I became a YouTube creator, just how backstabbing and how ignorant people can be. At first, I was upset too. And then I was like, wait a second, why am I even feeding into it? You know, whatever. It's always going to happen. It's not going to change. So I just have to stay focused, what I'm here for, who I represent for myself. And I know, and people that watch this channel know, that this isn't about trying to, embellish, play out the land of, fake news and fake thumbnails and stuff like that. We don't ask for donations, right? People to the channel do it because they support the channel. I never brought up my monetization until I was like 2000 and something, when I could have done it probably about a year before that. But YouTube pays. YouTube pays for ads, okay? So for all those people that get ads, I have YouTube Premium. I don't get ads because I pay for it. My ass hates watching ads. So I am willing to pay $20 a month. I think that they've upped it. $20 a month so I don't have to see stupid ads. That's called YouTube Premium. So that's why you guys don't have to watch ads during anything besides when it's coming from outside of YouTube and we're playing clips from news. You'll have to sometimes get those ads, right? But hey, you know what? Jack and Lily's voices. That's what we are. That's what we represent. I do got to fix that video and change it where I have Army because we came to a decision that it was going to be voices, right? So, Sunny, I appreciate all you do for Lily. Yes, I appreciate all you guys do. I appreciate what everyone does. As long as you're doing it for Jack and Lily, and they're at the forefront of this, and that circus act stays behind, as long as they are at the forefront of anything. That's what matters. Okay? That's where my heart is. Anyways, Kent sounds like Derwood. Some people say that, but Kent showed his face on the channel just because of that, because some people think that he sounded like Derwood. No, I don't think so. I can see where maybe they're both Nova Scotians, eh? You know? Good night. Falling asleep. Good night, guys. Okay, so we're going to end this. You guys probably see it tomorrow. Not going to lie, I probably will. But anyways, we're out of here. Take care, guys. Thank you for everything. Ready? Bye-bye.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded.